Hello, good morning. Do you hear me, please?
Good morning, Professor. Yeah, we can.
Good morning, Mrs. Chair President. Can we start the conference?
Good morning, Mr. Aish. Yes, we are all here and we can hear you. Let's start.
Good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to you all in this international online conference. Special thanks to the Chair Conference, Mrs. Dr. Wafa Warniqi, for the huge effort she spent over the preparation time, and to the scientific committee and organization committee also. Here I represent the Democratic Arab Center, and I present also Dr. Amar Sharhan. Please let me talk in Arabic to present the scope of the conference and the objectives of the center. المركز الديمقراطي العربي هو مركز بحثي يهدف إلى التعريف بالباحثين وتقديمهم على مستوى الوطن العربي، وإذ يسعد المركز بتنظيم هذا المؤتمر الدولي حول تعليم اللغة الإنجليزية بين الواقع والتحديات، وأيضا يسعد باستقبال هذه الكوكبة من الباحثين والباحثات. طيلة المرحلة السابقة عمل المركز على تنظيم العديد من الأنشطة، من محاضرات، من ندوات دولية، وندوات أيضا دورات تدريبية مختلفة. فخلال مرحلة الحجر الصحي وانتشار الوباء كان الجميع يشتغل باجتهاد وبمجهود أكبر من أجل الدفع بعجلة البحث العلمي في وطننا العربي عن طريق الأنشطة التحاضرية عبر وسائط التواصل الاجتماعي وعبر زوم. وقد كان المركز من المراكز التي فتحت أبوابها لجميع الباحثين في مختلف المجالات المعرفية والعلمية بتنظيم أنشطة مجانية بدون رسوم. وقد أيضا أصدرت المئات من الشهادات التي عززت بها السير الذاتية للباحثين. عمل المركز الدؤوب مستمر وأنشطته مستمرة، ونسعد أن يكون مؤتمر اليوم هو أول مؤتمر ينظمه المركز الديمقراطي العربي بشراكة مثمرة وجيدة مع مركز مختبر Laboratory of Dialects and Speech Processing من جامعة وهران بالجزائر، تحت رئاسة رئيسة هذا المختبر الدكتورة سعاد بسناسي، التي نوجه لها كل الشكر. وأيضا هذا المؤتمر هو بشراكة مع جامعة طبرق ومع المشروع الوطني للبحث National Research Project toward Critical Thinking Based EFL class, a must to have skill of impacting social change من المدرسة العليا للتعليم، صححوني إن كنت أخطأت، بوهران الجزائر. نيابة عن الدكتور عمار شرعان، نرحب بكم في هذا المؤتمر الدولي ونشكر حضوركم ونتمنى لكم أطيب الأوقات، وأيضا مشاركة مفيدة وممتعة لنا جميعا. وعقب نهاية هذا المؤتمر سنضرب موعدا مع إصدار كتاب هذا المؤتمر، وبعدها لما لا دورات تكوينية. واسمحوا لي في إطار البرنامج أن أقدم أيضا أن أسأل الدكتورة سعاد بسناسي بإلقاء كلمتها في إطار هذه الجلسة الافتتاحية. دكتورة سعاد بسناسي، كيف حالك؟ أعتقد أن الدكتورة سعاد بسناسي ليست حاضرة معنا هذا الصباح.
Mr. Aish, I guess her brother is going to represent her. I don't know whether Dr. Bisnesi is here with us or not. Would you call him? From Lyon University of Paris.
مرحبا مرحبا دكتور بسناسي.
I don't know whether he's here or not. Yeah.
لا أراه في الحضور.
Okay, we move on directly to Professor Berrahal. We move on directly to Professor Fatiha
دكتورة فتيحة بالرحال. أجل، تفضلي دكتورة.
President of the P.R.F.U project. Okay, thank you.
الميكروفون دكتورة.
عفوا بكلمة باللغة العربية في خاطر الأستاذ كريم عيش، لأننا في المركز العربي الديمقراطي ونحن نفخر بذلك، يعني شعور لا يوصف. شكرا لكم على مجهوداتكم، شكرا لكم على ترقية البحث العلمي، خاصة الدفع إلى الأمام بالباحثين والباحثات العرب. شكرا لكم. Well, morning, distinguished guests, Conference Management Board, honored committee. My word will be short because it's really a pleasure to share in this outstanding scientific gathering today for the two-day conference entitled ESP Teaching Today, Current Practices, Challenges and Perspectives, organized by Dr. Wafa Warnaqi, about whom I'm really proud to have her as an active and efficient member in my national team of research projects, P.R.F.U, about critical thinking. I also say welcome to all the present here today. Our attendees should be most interested in what is going to be done in these 2 days long. They come from different walks of life because of their thirsts for knowledge. And thank you for the eminent speakers and participants who accepted to share with, share with the community generously their experience and knowledge. Again, we are also proud to say that it is really a fruitful cooperation is conducted between the different academic institutions in the Arab world and even over the Arab countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear professor. And I'm proud to collaborate with you. I'd like also to call now Dr. Benderrah Baya. Dr. Benderrah. Dr. Benderrah Baya.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Good morning, dear doctor.
Good morning, bonjour.
Well,
Bonjour.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Benderrah Baya first. She's going also to provide an opening, a word for the conference. Dr. Benderrah is the head of Department of Foreign Languages at Julfa University. I cannot deny that she always helps all of us, and me in particular. She has proposed my name to represent Julfa University in one of the Spanish universities. And I'm really proud of her, and I wish that we keep on collaborating. And she's one of my motives and engines that encourages me all the time. Thank you so much. Would you please provide a word, Dr. Benderrah?
Merci à vous, docteur. Merci à vous, docteur Wermiri. Est-ce que le son est bien clair? Vous m'entendez? Merci, merci. Donc, je m'excuse auprès de vous. Je vais présenter un petit mot en français, si ça ne dérange pas, parce que c'est le département des langues étrangères. Et avec le français, on avait déjà commencé la langue de spécialité, une demande toujours accrue et toujours en plus, de plus en plus demandée. Mais je vais essayer quand même de faire un mot en arabe, بالعربية, لأنه المركز العربي. ولذلك سأحاول أن أقول الكلمة بالعربية، ونظرا للطالب المتناهي على اللغات الأجنبية، فرنسية، إنجليزية، تركية في أغلب الأحيان الآن، الإسبانية التي تعرف طلب من أكثر الأكثر، وذلك نظرا لتوسع الميادين، نظرا للسفر الدائم للطلبة، نظرا للمتطلبات الاقتصادية للبلد. هنالك متطلبات كثيرة للغات الأجنبية، ولذلك تدريسها بطريقة منهجية نظرا لمتطلبات معينة في مجالات معينة جعل من تدريس les langues de spécialité de plus en plus demandées et de plus en plus enseignées dans notre département. أشكر شكر خاص للدكتورة ورنيقي وفاء، وهي قيمة علمية يعني متعددة المواهب، دائما تقدم المزيد للغات الأجنبية، ليس فقط للإنجليزية، وإنما هي مكسب ليس فقط للمركز العربي، وإنما لجامعة الجلفة ولجامعة الوطن. أتمنى لكم التوفيق، وأتمنى أنه يستفيد كل الطلبة وكل الأساتذة من هذه الملتقيات التي نرجو أن تتكرر، ليس فقط عن طريق زوم، وإنما بحضور الزملاء في الجامعات. ونحن نتمنى زيارتكم لجامعة الجلفة، وأن نراكم عن قريب في جامعة الجلفة في ملتقى دولي منظم من طرف الدكتورة ورنيقي وفاء. شكرا على ترحيبكم وشكرا على مجهوداتكم، وأرجو لكم النجاح إن شاء الله في الملتقى على يوميه إن شاء الله. شكرا.
Oh, thank you so much, dear doctor. That's very kind of you. And we are really proud having you as the head of department. Thank you so much.
Merci.
Well, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, everyone. Well, first of all, it's with a great pleasure to welcome you all today to Berlin's international conference, which is titled ESP Teaching Today, Current Practices, Challenges, and Perspectives. First of all, I'd like to thank the head of the Democratic Arab Center, Mr. Sharan Ammar, and his vice, Mr. Aish Karim, for hosting the idea of the conference, for their patience and collaboration. Next, my thanks are extended to the president of the P.R.F.U. of the National P.R.F.U. project, Professor Dr. Rahal Qaid Fatiha, for her modesty, kindness, support, and continuous encouragement. Special gratitude goes to the president of the scientific committee, Dr. Turki, for his bright ideas that built up a stimulating scientific program. I'd also like to thank the head of department, Dr. Binderrah Baya, for all her efforts, her collaboration, and I really cannot deny how she motivates me all the time and encourages me to do more. Special thanks also goes to all the members of the scientific and organizing committee of this international conference. Well, just to provide a general idea of the conference and what you can expect out of it. Okay, as you know, that ESP has undergone a constant process of development, defining its scope, improving methodology, shaping its objectives and orientations, and enlarging the number of course books designed to serve its purposes. Yet, ESP teaching practices remain extremely varied, depending on practitioners, institutions, and countries. Therefore, the main objective of the conference is to bring together researchers and practitioners in the field of ESP over discussions of various themes, building upon their classroom experiences and field research, tracking day-to-day challenges and obstacles. In sum, the encompassing ambition of the conference is to attain solutions that would hopefully improve the teaching of ESP by discussing the importance of developing and training for ESP practitioners. I'd like, or we are pleased here to have different scholars from different parts of the world. So the program would offer and cover around 40 presentations, including keynote speakers who didn't hesitate a second to accept to take part in this international conference. Therefore, we are pleased to have Dr. Caroline, Professor Dr. Baski, Dr. Ansieska, Dr. Katalin, Miss Milina, and Dr. Alexandra from Poland, Switzerland, Professor Rahal from ENS, Oran, as keynote speakers of the conference. Well, we have also different presentations from different parts of the world, like, in Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, namely in Algeria, Constantine, Batna University, Sétif University, Oran University, etc. So I really hope that the conference will reach its objectives, and I wish that we would share that the conference will be fruitful and beneficial to all. Thank you so much. And now I declare and announce the opening of the conference. Professor Rahal, the word is yours. Professor Rahal, the mic is off.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me every time. I pressed on it. I don't know what happened. Maybe my laptop is letting me down. Well, thank you, Dr. Wafa, for this overall presentation and introducing of the topic, and for the first day of our presentation. Have the eminent speakers today on the plenary session program. First of all, I'd like to say again, thank you to each and every one of you being here with us, Namely, I call to the board Dr. Turki Barket from Mohammed Khaydar University of Biskra. After, we have Dr. Caroline Hyman from University of Zurich, Switzerland. We'll listen to Dr. Vicky Papagiorgio. So sorry if I mispronounce your names. You correct me, Eva, right? From Popel Search in Greece University. Then we'll have Dr. Agnieszka Ducik from Poland, especially Medical University of Białystok. Nice, got it. After, we'll move to Dr. Katalin Egri-Kumisu, Leicester University in UK. And we'll close up with Milena Tanasiewicz, sorry, from Serbia, University of Metropolitan. So welcome to this eminent board and thank you for being here. I hope that you are all here just to check. So we'll start listening to the interesting presentation of Dr. Turki Barket from Biskra University, entitled The Negotiated Curriculum, an Alternative Approach to the Planning, Implementation, and Evaluation of ESP Instruction. So as the tradition wants it, you are given 15 minutes of presentation, and we're going to proceed as follows. We're going to listen to all presentations. I would like you to take notes, to put down your questioning or comments, and by the end of the sessions, all the sessions together, we're going to open the debates and make it interesting. Surely we're going to find some cross ideas between here and there, and thank you. So Dr. Barket, Dr. Turki Barket, floor is yours. Thank you.
Professor
Yeah.
Belkaid,
Yes.
he has apologized as he may present tomorrow because of the doctoral contests. So
Okay.
yeah.
So I haven't been updated. So can we start with Dr. Caroline?
Caroline, I guess that she will be online exactly on her time, you know.
Okay, so who is going to stand instead of Dr. Barket?
Okay, is Katalin here? Dr. Katalin.
Yes, it's better to check.
Yes, I am indeed here.
Okay, so
that's great.
Doctor.
Good morning, Doctor.
So good morning, Dr. Katalin, and
good morning.
And welcome. Just allow me 2 minutes to introduce some notes about you, our dear audience. So Dr. Katalin is a teaching fellow at University of Leicester in UK and works on the MA in Applied Linguistics and TESOL program. She's also an external examiner in English for academic purposes, EAP, at Xai Yaitong Liverpool University, Zhuhai in China. She holds a PhD in Applied Linguistics and a Doctor Philosophia degree in American Literature. That's great, my cup of tea. Her professional experience and interests include English language teaching, English language teacher training and education, EAP, academic literacies, English as a medium of instruction, EMI, language teaching management, language and culture, intercultural communication, and discourse analysis. She serves on the committee of the IIT-FEL ESP-SIG as editor-in-chief of the journal of that association, Professional and Academic English. Welcome, Dr. Katalin. It's a pleasure to have you among us. Floor is yours.
Thank you. May I share my screen?
وفاء.
Currently, I will need to share my screen. It says host disabled participants screen sharing.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, it's now fine. That's great. Thank you. So let me go to slideshow from the beginning. So perhaps I'm the only speaker today who doesn't have ESP in her title. That's because what I'm going to talk about actually spans the whole sort of area of foreign language teaching. And therefore, it is also very relevant for ESP because I'm going to talk about assessment. And I'm going to focus on one particular aspect of that. You know, when we think about assessment, we think about standards. And in my context, the national standards, which I don't know if my cursor, yes, you can see my cursor. The national standards in England are set by the Quality Assurance Agency, and in Scotland, the Scottish Credit and Qualifications Framework. So we think about how these national standards can be mapped onto program outcomes, and then how those program outcomes can be mapped onto, I lost my cursor again, mapped onto intended learning outcomes when it comes to a course. And then further, we think about constructive alignment. That is, we look at how the intended learning outcomes in a course are aligned with assessment task specifications, and then how also the grading criteria that we use are aligned with those task specifications and also with the intended learning outcomes. What we very rarely talk about is the people who actually apply these grading criteria, who interpret the intended learning outcomes, who create the tasks, and who actually apply those grading criteria. So I thought that it was important to actually talk about this rarely visited area. And the first thing that I would like to mention is how we actually arrive at assignment, at marking judgments that are fair and reliable. So the first thing to think about is inter-rater reliability. Well, rater in the literature also means marker. So I'm going to either use marker or rater interchangeably today. So inter-rater reliability is the extent to which different observers are consistent on their judgments. And this inter-rater reliability actually measures the consistency between evaluators in the ordering or relative standing of performance ratings, regardless of the absolute value of each evaluator's rating. So reliability measures the relative similarity between two or more sets of ratings. So let's see an example. Here we can see 4 students, A, B, C, and D, and 2 markers, well, rater 1 and rater 2. And what we can see, they have marked out of 5. Rater 1 says that student A's work is the best. Student B is the second best, student C the third best, and student D's work is the least acceptable. Rater 2 establishes the same order. We can see 2, 3, 4, 5. But the two markers do not agree. What they agree on is the relative standing, but we don't know what is happening with the absolute value, i.e. how much the students actually know, how they demonstrated their knowledge. So what we can see here is that the raters agree on the relative standing. Now let's look at another idea, inter-rater agreement. Inter-rater agreement measures the consistency between the absolute value of evaluators' ratings. That is, it is the degree to which 2 or more evaluators using the same rating scale give the same rating to an identical observable situation, to a lesson plan, to an essay, to speaking performance. Agreement measures how frequently 2 or more evaluators assign the exact same rating. If both give a rating of 4, they are in agreement. So let's see our table again. Here we can see that raters, we've got rater 3 and rater 4, the same 4 students, and both raters agree not just in the relative standing, but they assign the same mark to the same student. That is, they think that the knowledge that the student, they have the same judgment about the knowledge that the students have demonstrated in a particular piece of assessment. So here we can see the comparison between reliability and agreement. So on the left here, we can see our first table where we have the same order of same ordering, but no agreement between the raters. So we don't have agreement, but we have high reliability because the order is the same. Here, this was our second table. We can see that they agree in their judgment in terms of the content of the assessment piece. So there is high agreement, and they also agree in the ordering. So there is high reliability. Now, the question we need to answer is what is more important, inter-rater reliability or agreement? And the answer is that agreement is more important when tying high stakes decisions to progression. So actually, when we agree, we make the same or a similar judgment about the knowledge demonstrated. We are not establishing a ranking order, but we actually make a judgment about, let's say, put it this way, how much a piece of work is worth. And marks with better inter-rater agreement are more likely to reflect true strengths and weaknesses rather than a rater's opinion. So how do we do that in practice? Well, if we have a small team, as we can see here, and we've got only 5 markers, we've got 2 different assessment tasks here. Task 1 has 4 elements, and task 2 also has 4 different elements. Task 1, this is an actual, actually it comes from actual data, actual practice. Task 1 was a task, a short writing task, analyzing charts, graphs, and reporting back on the findings. And task 2 was a short essay task. And what we do is and the markers marked out of 9s from 1 to 9. And what we can see here is, I keep losing my cursor. Yes, here it is. So we can see here the marks that the markers awarded to each component. And then how we can see the agreement is we compare each marker to each other marker. And if they agree, we put a 1, and if they don't agree, we put a 0. So this is Chris and Dan. We can see that Chris gave a 5, Dan gave a 6, so they don't agree. Then Chris and Anne, Chris and Jack, and Kate and Chris and Kate. And so we go and record our comparison, and we can see that in the first component, they agree 60%, second component 60%, third component 60%. So the agreement is about halfway, and they don't agree at all. Well, the very low level of agreement on the fourth component. Overall, we see that inter-rater reliability is just about 50, just over 50%. What this shows to us, why this is important, is what this shows to us is that the markers are not confident at all marking this type of assessment task. So we have training issues here, marker training issues. Whereas task 2, which was an essay task, we can see that there is a much higher degree of agreement on the marks, and much higher inter-rater reliability. So this is perhaps where the markers have more understanding of the task itself and how to apply the criteria, and they make much fewer mistakes, and they agree a lot more. So let's look at what marking is. Marking is the mental models against which the markers are matching, and this must be firmly rooted in the mark scheme. Also, research suggests that analytic scoring, when we have a list of descriptors, focuses markers' attention on the criteria listed in the marking scheme much more than holistic scoring. And so analytic scoring allows markers to reduce the number of conflicts they face in their scoring decisions. It focuses markers' attention on the rating task and rating criteria. And so it lessens the cognitive demands of weighting and arbitrating between rating criteria, and enhances markers' self-consistency. Marking is a 5-stage process according to CRISP. There is a prologue when the marker may have some thoughts before reading the answers. Then the marker reads and understands the response to a task, comes to an overall evaluation and to a mark decision. And in the epilogue, the marker may have thoughts arising after the marking decisions. In my own experience, sometimes this takes me back to maybe the very first assessment that I have marked on the day, and thinking whether I actually applied the criteria as well as I was applying them later.
Dr. Katalin, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
I may allow you 3 or 4 minutes extra, since the others are absent. So we'll be generous with you.
Thank you. There are a number of factors that influence marking, and what the major concerns are the extent to which markers draw on judgments which are outside the mark scheme, although sometimes related to key categories within this. And also a major concern is the diversity of opinions and values that the markers bring to the marking tasks. So the construct irrelevant factors, there are a number of such factors which we need to be aware of. And since I'm running out of time, I will just quickly list them. There are the effective aspects, similarity, leniency. What I often see as an external examiner is the halo, when markers mark one dimension based on how they have marked another dimension. This is actually happens quite often. Then we have central tendency, consistency, conformation, and context effects. So these are all factors that a marker needs to be aware of, needs to know that they exist, and needs to be conscious and think about these factors when actually settling down to marking. So what is it that we can do? Is there anything we can do? Of course, there is training that we can provide. And the sort of general, again, is just going to be a list, the general approach to this, what we can do. We can review the rubrics, the rating scales, we can discuss with the markers, we can discuss questions about concepts or wording. We can help markers identify and put aside their own biases. We can explain common marker errors. We can describe the process for decision-making. We can actually ask markers to practice marking. And finally, we can ask markers to practice interpreting the rubrics. And I'll be happy to answer any questions on any aspect of what I have talked about. So these are my references. And last but not least, I would like to make you aware that my SIG, the ESP, the IATEFL ESP SIG, is going to have its pre-conference event, to which we are still expecting and accepting proposals. And this year, the event will focus on investigations into how coloniality, that is Western ways of thinking and doing, affects ESP professionals all over the world, and what is it that ESP professionals can do to counteract the effects of coloniality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katalin, for this interesting presentation. Really, though your title doesn't contain the ESP element, but it's always interesting to know a lot about assessment, because it's a common point for the different works of English. So just to recapitulate for those who joined us lately and recently, so the work of Dr. Katalin deals with the general idea of assessment, and with a special focus on two parameters in which are inter-rater reliability or agreement. So it is an experimental study. Then she dealt with marking and the influencing factors on that's the hard activity or task that we are all dealing with. And by the end of her presentation, she sets forward a set of marking training points that would be really interesting. So discussion about this and debate will be open by the end of our plenary sessions today. Now, Wafa, since my list is a bit disrupted, I don't know who is really going to do next.
Dr.
Is
Caroline,
it Dr.
right now.
Caroline?
Yeah. You may call
Doctor?
Dr. Caroline. Now we are going to follow the program.
Yeah. Dr. Caroline, good morning.
Good morning. Hi.
Oh, good. Thank you. We are happy to have you among us today. So just allow me a few minutes, even less seconds, to introduce your title. We really appreciate because it's a run of all of the teachers. So we're experts and personal journey from ELT to ESP. First, who are Caroline? Caroline is based in Switzerland as lecturer in English at the Zurich University of Applied Science. Has held since 2012 with extensive teaching experience in ESP, particularly in the life sciences and in facility management. Well, she holds a PhD in applied linguistics with a focus on second language acquisition and a master's degree in applied linguistics for research purposes. Her main research areas include ESAP course design and testing ESP. Floor is yours, Caroline. You may start, and this is not counted in your timing allotted for your presentation. You want to announce about the extension of submitting proposals for the ESP SIG conference, the one also dealt with by Dr. Catalin, sorry, Catalin. So start, and after that we start counting time for you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comprehensive introduction. Can you hear me okay and see my screen okay?
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
Wonderful. So yeah, I mean, as was just said, my presentation this morning is not actually based in my research per se, but it's more, as you can see from my title, it's a personal journey, tracing back from ESP, the area I work in now, right back to my ELT days. And I want to tell you a little bit about the lessons that I've learned along the way, and perhaps the lessons that are still to come. I work as was said, a lecturer in English for specific purposes at the Zurich University of Applied Sciences in Zurich, in Switzerland. This morning, I want to tell you a little bit about my background, my journey, my lessons learned, and then looking a little bit perhaps to the future. So my journey in the ELT world started 20 plus years ago. I won't tell you exactly how many years, but it's 20 more or less, 20 plus. And it was the kind of the classic route from doing a language teaching certificate to working in a number of different language schools, primarily in the UK. And then it was really only when I started my master's degree, and then after that my PhD at the University of Southampton in the UK, that my journey into EAP started. First of all, with a common core approach where everybody, no matter their discipline, got taught EAP, and it was exactly the same input material. And then gradually, as the years evolved and the university evolved, and we got more students in different areas coming into the university to do their master's courses or their PhD courses as well, it became more of a discourse analysis approach where we had to adapt our kind of generic common core EAP courses to the more subject-specific disciplines. And I'm talking really here about the pre-sessional courses primarily, although there were in-sessional as well, where it started with a generic EAP, one pre-sessional course, and then eventually they were subdivided into, I think it was 5 or 6 different disciplines at that particular time. And then my journey continued after I finished my studies myself, my PhD back in 2012. I then moved kind of firmly into the field of ESP, and then as things evolved a little bit further, ESAP. And as was mentioned at the beginning, I now work with life sciences, that's biotechnology, chemistry, environmental sciences, as well as facility management, which seems a bit of a strange mixture, but that's the way my university does it. So I'm now firmly in the field of ESP or ESAP more these days. So that's my kind of a snapshot of my journey over the last 20 years. And now I want to move into the lessons that have come out of my experiences thus far. And like I said at the beginning, it's more of a personal perspective, not a research perspective as such. The first lesson, important lesson, is the students are the experts, right? They are working, studying in the field when you are not. Therefore, it's very learner-centered language instruction. They firmly stand at the center of everything you do. Therefore, they're approaching the study, the students are approaching the study of English through a field that they already know and they're firmly rooted in, and therefore it's really relevant to them. That's something that we shouldn't forget coming into the ESP classroom. The students are at the chalk face, quite literally, right? Literally and metaphorically, they're at the chalk face, they're at the cutting edge of current practices, research in their field, they're reading modules, they're reading articles for other modules. That happens very often, and often there's a crossover, right? They bring those articles into the English classroom and we use those as a basis for lessons. They know, in other words, what I'm trying to say is they know what they're talking about, and that's something we shouldn't forget. Therefore, it's a mutually beneficial situation, right? Because the students are applying what they learn in English to their main field of study. I think that's something that I've had to wrestle with over the last, particularly since I've been working in ESAP, that English is not the be all and end all of their world, right? English is something which they have to do more often than not. They don't necessarily want to, despite the fact that it's really important to them. That comes later, that realization. But it's not the center of their world, and therefore they're using it as a means to an end. ESP for them enhances the relevance of what they learn, which means that they use the English that they get in our classroom to learn even more English in their field. And therefore, if they're interested in the field, which they should be because they're studying whatever it might be, then the motivation level rises. So yeah, lesson one, the student is most definitely the expert in the classroom. The second lesson that I wanted to highlight this morning is that the skills that we have as educators are most definitely transferable. People sometimes think, oh my God, I don't know anything about chemistry, me perhaps as a good example, but I tend to, or in the past, forgot a little bit that I have a lot of skills as an educator, and I mustn't forget that I can use those in the ESP classroom, despite the fact that the students, as I just said, are the experts. Responsibilities that we have, for example, those listed here: organizing, designing courses, setting goals, learning objectives, creating, of course, a learning environment, evaluation, assessment, all those things are relevant in the ESP classroom as well as the EFL classroom, perhaps even more so actually in the ESP classroom, depending on the context in which you're teaching. And of course, looking at it from the other side of the coin, student responsibilities, like I just mentioned in the previous slide, an interest for learning and learning strategies, they're also transferable skills from the EFL classroom to the ESP classroom. My third lesson this morning learned over the last few years is about materials. Authenticity, we hear this word authenticity so much in ESP, and there's no doubt that it's important for communicative purposes. It provides an immersion environment, realistic content, but there's a caveat, right? And the caveat is you can't just take a realistic article or something else from the student's field of study and just use it in the classroom. You still have to grade, because after all, they're still learners, and most of our students are around B2 level, which isn't that high necessarily for the ESP context. So they are still learners, and we mustn't forget that. Grading, of course, is time consuming. You have to make sure as a teacher that you've kept to the main sense of the original. Of course, if you don't know the field that well, sometimes it's tricky to know whether you've been able to do that successfully. And sometimes when you are adapting, in the process of adapting the material to the classroom context, the learning context, sometimes the context of the original can be lost. So it's, it comes with a caveat, be a little bit careful there. Material selection, of course, should be based on student interest. And this is where the student as the expert also comes in, talk to them, ask them what they're doing, and bring that knowledge into the ESP classroom. We are facilitators as ESP lecturers, we are consultants. Therefore, there's a kind of negotiation of content which can go on. I mean, it depends on your context that you're teaching in, depends on your team that you're teaching in, the curriculum and things like that. But in general, in the ESP classroom, negotiating the content is important, also for student motivation levels. My fourth lesson concerns understanding the future in brackets, because it may not be, it may be something that's happening now, the discourse community of the students, or where they come from. Wenger 2002 defined a community of practice as groups of people who share a concern, a set of problems, or a passion about a topic, and who deepen their knowledge and expertise by interacting on an ongoing basis. Now, that is not just referring to the ESP classroom, or indeed any classroom, but it's a very fitting definition, I feel, for this idea of viewing it as a continuum. It's not like the ESP classroom is completely separate from the future career, the future discourse community, but it follows on, right? Or it's mutually beneficial, it informs the other. So it's not separate entities, but it's a continuum, in my opinion. In this vein, what I found extremely important, and also extremely difficult actually in the last 5 or 6 years, is to establish close collaboration with subject-specific lecturers. I say difficult because it's not their job to help us in the ESP classroom. However, I feel that this development of collaboration in the future is something I want to work on more. Of course, I'm constricted by various aspects at my university, but in general, my team agrees that this is something we need to work on more and get people's agreement. People are so busy with their own academic lives. It's understandable, but to bring students forward, we really need to have that crossover, because we're not experts, and I'll come to that a little bit later. We're not experts, particularly me, if I think about the field of chemistry. Definitely not an expert there, but this is exactly where we need the support and the collaboration with subject specialists. We need to remember that in terms of a community of practice, it's the students' English, it's not our English. We're there as a vehicle, like I said before, a facilitator, but when it's not our English, it's their English ultimately to take into their community of practice and utilize accordingly. Okay, I think this is my last lesson this morning. Yeah, interest and knowledge, I've grouped them together. Our interest as lecturers in the ESP field and our level of knowledge often, not always, go hand in hand. Obviously, an interest in the subject area you're teaching helps, but you don't always have control over that. Like I said before, I teach chemistry students. Chemistry was honestly my absolute worst subject in school, and I never in a million years thought that 20 years down the line I'd be teaching English for chemistry. Absolutely not. But here I am in that exact position, and I wouldn't say I've developed a love for chemistry, but I have, through my job, developed a willingness, I use the word quite loosely, a willingness to find out about conventions in the genre. Of course, that links back to making contact with subject specialists, because you can mutually inform one another. So an interest obviously helps in the subject area, but the danger is, of course, for me, for chemistry, there is absolutely no danger that I will try and teach them chemistry. They definitely wouldn't want me to. But in general, if you know a little bit about the subject, there's a danger that there's a crossover, right? You might try and teach the subject without necessarily realizing that you're trying to teach the subject. Subject matter knowledge is often thought of as knowledge in the discipline taught by a teacher. So where do we draw that line? An interest, having said an interest helps, it's not absolutely necessary in the subject area that you're teaching. And in fact, in my experience, less knowledge is needed than in common core ESP, so kind of more generic ESP compared to more specific. We can subdivide the levels, of course. Common core ESP and more specific ESP, in my experience, less knowledge is needed. For the more specific you get, less knowledge is needed, because the students bring that knowledge and you're there of more of a, as I've written here on a slide, to help them understand the micro skills involved in the macro skills of academic listening, reading, writing and speaking. Dudley Evans, I mean, he's, you know, quoted so often in ESP, of course, but one particular quote of his resonated in this respect. One needs to know more about the savoir-faire of the discipline than the actual savoir. That links to this kind of macro, micro, common core, specific ESP. So thank you, Dudley Evans, for that quote. Okay, I'm almost done. What about continuing my journey? I said it's been 20 plus years. I have at least 20 plus years to go in my career, not done yet. In my opinion, in my experience, developing this community of practice, or COP, is the most important, because then you learn and develop as a team. And whether you define team as you and your colleagues in your department or you and your students, the idea is to improve the learning experience for both sides, not just the students, but for you as well. Therefore, it is mutually beneficial for all parties involved. Included in this community of practice is the idea of gaining more authentic material which has been suitably graded, and for that suitable for the particular cohort of students that you are teaching, and therefore you need this contact with the subject specialist even more. The other important lesson for me so far is interest level, which, as I said before, is increasing as I kind of get to know the students more. And I've been working in this area since 2012, don't forget, you know, 10 years, but still every day brings new information and new challenges. And of course, in the life sciences, science doesn't sit still, and new things, new developments are coming out every day that passes. What are the future lessons? I don't know. Let's watch this space, and perhaps we'll revisit this in the future at some point. But there are definitely future lessons to come in this world of bridging the gap, if you like, between ELT and ESP. Okay, thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Like my colleague Katalin mentioned just before, this is okay. I've got the permission of the organisers to do this, so thank you very much. We work in the IATEFL ESP SIG, that's the English for Specific Purposes Special Interest Group. We have our pre-conference event coming up on the 16th of May in Belfast. We would very, very much like it if people were to join us there face to face, and you can see our plenary speaker here on the screen, Amritesh Singh from the University of St Andrews up in Scotland. All details can be found at this URL, and if it's okay with the organizer, I'll post the URL in the chat in a minute. Is that okay? Yeah.
Okay, I'll do, Caroline.
Oh, thank you very much. Perfect. And I just want to quickly mention, if you want to join us in the ESP SIG, not just at the conference, but to be a member of our SIG, that would be fantastic as well. There's another URL which either I or the organisers can post in the chat if you want to join IATEFL and also the ESP SIG. Thank you very much for letting me do that. If you want to contact me, my details are here on the screen. As I said before, I work in the School of Life Sciences and Facility Management in Zurich at the Zurich University of Applied Sciences. My email address is there on the screen, hyde@zhaw.ch. And you can also find the IATEFL ESP SIG on social media just by searching at IATEFL ESP SIG. Thank you very much for your time and your attendance.
Thank you, Caroline, for that interesting and great presentation, which is full of lessons, 5 lessons indeed, which has made your journey really worthwhile going through. I really appreciate the reflective sense you have over your teaching experience, and also I'm happy for you that at the end of the journey about the end of the journey. You started like in chemistry, the worst you got when you were young. So thank you so much. I'm sure that you again have plenty of interesting questions from our audience. And now we move to our following keynote speaker, Dr. Vasiliki Vicky Papageorgis. Are you here, Vicky?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm not a doctor yet, though.
A would-be doctor. A would-be doctor.
So just a simple title,
Yeah.
Vicky Papageorgiou.
Yeah. A would-be
So,
doctor. Thank you very much for being able to join us today and for having accepted to share, generously your knowledge, your experience, as far as the topic is critical theory and critical pedagogy in EAP, possibility of a Foucauldian resistance. Wow, you know,
yeah,
something great. Foucault, Michel Foucault,
this
something
is
great.
yeah, this is a kind of a personal journey for me too, because I started studying and working on critical pedagogy several years ago, initially through my master's in education, and it continued in TESOL and EAP, and it's involvement. So I hope you find it interesting as well.
It will be, I'm sure about that, especially as you include the Foucauldian philosophy as far as resistance is concerned. So that would be the great announcement of your presentation today. Well, I'm going to introduce for you Vicky Papageorgiou. I hope that I have not mispronounced your name.
No, it's fine.
Okay, so she's an ESL ESP lecturer with over 25 years of experience with mainly adult learners. She holds a BA from Aristotle University with distinction, great, and was awarded an MA in education, Open University of Cyprus, and an MA in art history with her thesis on Derek Jarman's last film, Blue, and Mark Rothko's Houston Chapel at Goldsmiths College in UK. She also holds a PGCE in technology, enhanced learning from the University of Wales, Trinity, St. David with distinction. She studied in Greece, Hungary, Italy, Cyprus, great metropolitan, and her fields of interest are ESL and arts, ED Tech and MOOCs, creativity and inquiry-based learning, use of video. She strives for a democratic education that gives the opportunity for critical thinking and continuous questioning through the use of art, images, film, and video. She currently divides her time between Greece and the UK, working as EAP tutor at universities. She often publishes articles in international newsletters and journals and is also a conference presenter. She is also currently a member of IATFL publications committees. Yes, so welcome. And again, thank you for getting an interest in our conference and really enriching. I appreciate all the fields you are dwelling in here and there. Welcome. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the lovely presentation, and thank you for the invitation. So, critical theory and pedagogy. I'm going to start with explaining a couple of things about critical pedagogy in general and the theoretical background, and then how it started being involved in the TESOL world, and then later on in the EAP world, and then its implications and objections, criticism, and how Foucault can be involved in this. Oops. Okay, so critical pedagogy started basically developing in the 70s in the States because it seemed that the war basically helped it develop better there. It was influenced by the Frankfurt School, and it maintained several revolutionary views on sociology, anthropology, educational theory. Habermas was its main representative, and he, on his side, was influenced by Marxist philosophy. He talked about social liberation and from any factor that creates oppression, basically. So generally speaking, the intention was to try to change the structure of school and to eliminate oppression of any inequality and injustice. The 20th century major pedagogues and activists that influenced the formation of this theory was John Dewey, who talked about applying democratic principles to education, and Kozol, Freire. Again, they were linked to the humanitarian and the social. Basically, what they strived for was individual and social emancipation. And they believed that this should be the primary purpose of education. In outline, basically, what they talked about was social construction of knowledge, because they believed that school knowledge is class and socially structured. The social class, the dominant culture, and the dominated culture, hegemony, ideology. Freire, in particularly, linked education to politics, as he saw education as part of a global process. And he started talking about transformation and the transformative need, generally speaking. He also talked about emancipating students as well as teachers. He believed that through this emancipation of the subject, the individual and social transformation happened. And he believed that this was extremely important if we wanted to change schools and education in general, and to try to eliminate power and oppression. So basically what he strived for was a kind of a democratic school where both teachers and students would take social action. So to sum up about Freire, we're talking about political action. We're talking about acquiring social identity, challenging the educational system, reforming it, and taking action upon educational reality. Action that would help all the subjects in school emancipate. And that would lead to the empowerment of education. Since the trainer is not believed for someone like Freire and his followers, the trainer is not believed to be the sole owner of the truth, but the person who will stimulate the dialogue, thus contributing to a democratic process. Transformation then, all right, this is what they talked about. Dialogue, empowerment, these are the main ideas of this philosophy, this theory. And we have to remember, though, that all of this did not actually start in school itself, but in adult education. In South America first, then moving on to North America, and from there back to Europe. Now, TESOL then was not initially linked to it, and later on it was influenced though. And when it started linking, then basically in teaching ESL and EFL, we're talking about joint goals, communicative abilities, as well as developing a critical awareness of the world. That meant that as critical pedagogy became more immersed into ESL contexts, then more debates emerged as well. However, what happened was that, as I said, though everything started in adult education, it did move on to the ESL world. The student bodies were different, and that meant that we had different reactions as well. Same thing happened with EAP. EAP was late in being involved with critical pedagogy for several reasons that I'm going to explain shortly. But the fact was that the teaching context was different in this case. So the reason basically was that EAP programs and teacher education was based to a large extent in departments of linguistics and applied linguistics, and not in departments of education. Critical pedagogy, though, was more involved in this. So that's the reason of the delay. The central concern in AP has been language, and that basically was a kind of obstacle for critical pedagogy to be more, for the EAP world to be more open, though, to critical pedagogy. So once this happened, basically, they started questioning the traditional premises of second language acquisition research and practices. And we have to remember that in the last 50 years, with the ELT institutional rise, becoming a significant global service industry of high revenues, that is basically the ground that critical ELT found to confront and challenge, and to try to create some alternative spaces. So Benesch proposed that the goal of critical ELT is to help students perform well in their academic courses, yet encourage them to question the education that they're being offered. And that basically would widen the lens of academic purposes into some spaces that basically were not looked into that much before in the EAP field. That meant that a debate was created. There was a pragmatist position that the content of second language writing courses should focus primarily on writing conventions, features, and language rather than social issues. However, theorists like Pennycook saw political implications in this decision too. And they believed, Pennycook and Benesch, that there would be more sense in moving away from this neutrality, especially when having discipline-based EAP classes, where the teacher basically lacks subject knowledge. The possible risk that they saw was that if the focus remains only on language, then we might end up with an uncritical approach to knowledge. The question raised from here was, is then critical pedagogy appropriate in EAP classes? So the pragmatist approach believed that only teaching EAP students the necessary academic language is important, and the critical approach, we need to question the dominant discourses in the curriculum and the classroom. Yet, as mentioned before, Benish and Pennycook believe that teaching is not and has never been neutral. And therefore, the argument that the other side is advocating is basically ideologically, inherently ideologically motivated. So the theories were torn between students deciding to join an academic community and students becoming politicized in a critical manner. But are they mutually exclusive? For most students, basically, to become a member of any academic discourse, what do they have to do? They have to understand how certain discourses are valued over others. And to understand how academic discourses function, we need knowledge of how meta-discourse works. So critical approaches can facilitate this. So they didn't seem to be exclusive. So we need a more critical language awareness in English language learners, EAP students, in order for to achieve a better understanding of the lexical choices and grammatical meaning. Some other criticisms were over-reliance on rationality. Even for theories like Giroux, for example, who embraced postmodern ideas. Again, there have been critics because in the end, he was thought of being a little bit too focusing on a positive utopianism that didn't seem to exist nowadays. And Biesta also discusses Foucault's conceptions of power knowledge that she found that contradicted the Enlightenment's victory of knowledge over power. So what Pennycook suggested of emancipation in the EAP class was just and not sufficient. Foucault said at some point that where there is power, there is resistance, and yet, or rather consequently, this resistance is never a position of exteriority in relation to power. So on one hand, Foucault confirms that there is a relational character of the sin of power, but on the other hand, there is an impossibility of contemplating either resistance or power as some freely moving entity. So the points of resistance are present across the entire power network. So basically what needs to be done and what is being suggesting is that we also need to challenge authority, even if this authority is critical pedagogy itself. We need to understand that there is always this field of power knowledge against knowledge power. And claims to authority, therefore, are not possible because social justice can be achieved through resistance. Giroux, for example, maintains that class relations are reproduced in educational institutions, yet we can also count on resistance as being one possibility as well. That will help us transform education. That led to a kind of a romantic side of all this resistance talk in the 80s and 90s. there was a different possibility proposed, a kind of a resistance that was never external nor opposed to power, but something that derives from it and restates its conditions. So basically, what in the end has been suggested is that critical pedagogy resistance can be viewed as counter practice. So this could be one possibility within this power-knowledge duality. Strategies can be used to facilitate this resistance that may not only serve to reproduce the dominant social order of the institution. We need, though, to have constant vigilance for opportunities of tactical resistance whenever these opportunities arise. And what we need to remember is that we need to give voice to even some unreasonable demands, and to demand something that will not lead to a massive policy change, but will make even a difference momentarily. So even if these tactics do not lead to macro policy shifts, again, we can talk about resistance. So now what?
Vicky?
Yes.
Sorry. Your 15 minutes have already gone. And how much time, extra time?
1 minute. One
Okay.
minute. These are the last two slides, basically.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Go.
Thank you. So these resistances have taken the form of discursive attempts in the classroom through critical pedagogy, and research that has addressed ignored or underexplored issues in TESOL, like sexuality, racialized identities, neoliberal policies. So we need to keep asking questions, basically. Should we be calling for specific alternatives in our patriarchal societies? What would this look like in cultural contexts as well? We need to confront these questions with practitioners, students, and each other as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vicky, for this rich presentation. Even it's never enough to talk about it because of the cross philosophies here and there about the topic. Indeed, critical theory and critical pedagogy is a wide range of ideas, of assumptions that have their own touch on our task to be run every day. Thank you, Vicky, and be ready for discussion by the end of the session. Now I call Dr. Agnieszka Tobruk from Poland.
Yes, hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we can.
Okay. All right, it's just to make sure that you can see my slides too. Okay. Can you see them?
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay. So Dr. Agnieszka has joined us today to give a presentation entitled Intercultural Communication Competence in the Teaching of English for Medical Purposes. She is an assistant professor and head of the Department of Foreign Languages at the Medical University of Białystok, Poland. Her fields of interest include English for specific purposes, communicative language teaching, and the nature of doctor-patient communication. Her research interests lie in the area of English for medical purposes, EMP, training, with particular emphasis on the teaching of medical communication skills. She has published widely on various topics of ESP training, syllabus design, and intercultural communication competence, Agnieszka is also a joint events coordinator of the IATFL English for Specific Purposes Special Interest Group. Welcome, Agnieszka. Floor is yours, and we are all ears about this interesting presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much to all the organizers for inviting me. Okay, it's a great pleasure, and as you said, yes, I'm joining you from Poland. My name is Agnieszka Dudzik, and I work at the Medical University of Białystok. Just to give you an idea, okay, so this is the city of Białystok. In the top photo, you can see the main seat of the Medical University of Białystok. And two more photos of the most, I'd say, popular spots in the city, the main square and the park with the, well, probably the most famous church. Okay, and this is to give you an idea of where I'm joining you from. Okay, so this is where Białystok is. Okay, so I might be probably the furthest away in terms of participants today. Okay, so just to give you an idea of where I'm from. Okay, and as you said, yes, my main interest is in English for medical purposes. I'm not sure how many of you are involved or interested in teaching medical English, but even if you're not, I hope you will find some of the points that I raise useful because, well, we are all potential patients as well. So probably some of the things that I'm going to discuss might be of interest to all of you. Okay, so intercultural communication competence, or ICC, sometimes also referred to as cross-cultural communication competence, is a field of study that is becoming increasingly relevant, okay, in today's world of diverse populations. And it's very relevant in the area of medicine, where on the one hand, we have increased geographical and occupational mobility of healthcare professionals, and at the same time, workforce shortage in healthcare, which results in migration of medical staff. And on the other hand, we have mobile patient populations, and all that necessitates.
Agnieszka, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I think there is a problem with your slides. They don't change. They have just the first slide. And
okay, they are changing for me. Okay, so can you tell me which slide you can
it's
see right
still
now?
It's still on the first slide.
The title slide, you mean?
Title slide, yes, first one.
Okay. I'm not sure why, because I'm changing them and
Would you make it full screen? Full screen, please.
It is full screen.
It's already full screen.
Okay, and you cannot see it in full screen?
No.
Okay, maybe I'll stop sharing and reshare. Okay, let's see if that works.
Do please. Okay. Yeah, do that, please.
Okay, so I've stopped sharing and I'm going to reshare. Okay, please tell me what you can see right now.
So still the first slide, title slide.
Okay, and now are they changing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are they in full screen mode right now?
Yeah.
No, it's not full screen. It's not full screen.
Oh, that's very unusual. Okay, and which slides are you on?
Second one. We are on university site.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right.
Agnieszka, you can just point to the right slides with your mouse and we will see the change.
Yeah, but I have them on full screen, so I can't point them. Okay, so they are not changing for you?
So would you please exert to the slide?
It happens with Zoom. I've had experience with this.
Yeah.
Okay, now move to just stay not in full screen then.
Yeah. Okay. Are they changing?
Changing, yes, changing, but not full screen. But we can do without the full screen.
We can
go ahead.
Okay, but at least they are changing, yes?
Yeah, they are changing.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Okay. So, yes, as I said, today's global world necessitates ICC, okay, or awareness of ICC, okay, and at the same time a need to prepare medical graduates to communicate in very complex healthcare settings. Okay, so on this slide, hopefully you can see the definitions of ICC. There are a number of definitions of intercultural communication competence. Okay, so I have just selected a few for you, if you could have a quick look. Okay, so basically most researchers emphasize understanding of other cultures, respect and tolerance for diversity, and those are considered the fundamentals of ICC. All right, there are also a number of components of ICC, as you can see on this slide, I hope. Okay, and probably the most comprehensive components list was prepared by Byram, in which he refers to six or five, depends how you look at it, components. So first of all, attitudes, by which he emphasizes curiosity and openness. Okay, so we should be curious of other cultures and their practices. Knowledge, in which he emphasizes awareness of different social groups and their practices, again, in our own culture and in target cultures. The next one is skills of interpreting and relating, in which he refers to the ability to interpret different documents, different behaviors, different events from both our own culture and other cultures. Skills of discovery and interaction, which is linked to that. Okay, so yeah, the ability to interact with people representing different cultures and the ability to acquire new knowledge of another culture. Okay, critical cultural awareness. So in other words, the ability to evaluate different perspectives, different practices, and the awareness of them. And now ICC in healthcare, okay, comprises a set of skills which enable medical professionals to respond effectively to the needs of diverse patient populations. And the primary aim of ICC in healthcare is to provide effective medical care and treatment to patients from different cultural or religious background. And of course, it's inevitable in today's global world, and at the same time I think it's inevitable in the EMP curriculum. Okay, so yeah, a number of definitions of ICC in the area of healthcare. Okay, so yes, it's aimed at enhancing the quality of care and increasing the efficiency of the clinical encounter. Okay, so medical professionals nowadays need to be aware of very complex aspects of professional culture, of the organization of the healthcare systems in different countries, hospital culture, professional responsibilities, patients' rights or patients' confidentiality, but they should also be aware of everyday practices and beliefs that their patients might have. Okay, so why should we introduce in ICC? Because it's crucial in the context of taking care of patients, okay, and it increases patient satisfaction with medical care. It also has the potential to enhance the process of identifying health problems, because it's easier for medical professionals to understand symptoms, to understand patients' beliefs about their symptoms, and that in consequence it helps them arrive at an appropriate treatment plan. Okay, and it can also increase patient compliance with treatment, because when we are aware of patients' belief or of patients' practices, we can predict some of their behaviors and in a way adjust the treatment plan. Okay, so I would like to offer a number of areas, well, a number of points that should be considered in the training of medical professionals. Okay, as we all know, nonverbal dimensions of communication can be interpreted in different ways in various countries, because people can understand facial expressions or gestures, posture, physical distance between communicators, or degree of eye contact differently. Medical professionals should be aware of them, because not all aspects of non-verbal communication are universal, and sometimes their use may result in misinterpretation or even cause unintended offense, and that's something that we would not like to happen in any context, and particularly in the context of medical care. Okay, so some of the points that I'd like to elaborate on are perhaps personal space, first of all. So as you know, personal space can be used to express things like intimacy, concern, or affection, but it can also express neglect, anger, and other nonverbal messages. And different patient populations prefer different levels of physical distance. Some of them would like an arm's length, okay, away from the doctor. Others prefer closer proximity. Still, some others prefer more distance, and some patients, well, as a result, might feel comfortable when the professional minimizes the level of interpersonal space, which they think indicates attention and interest, okay? And many men may respond more positively when the doctor assumes an open posture, okay? So no crossing your arms, for example. Okay, many people may feel uncomfortable with the clinician being too close, on the other hand, okay? Leaning forward, because they might perceive that as violation of their personal space. So those non-contact cultures might find it overwhelming or intrusive or even threatening. So these are the things we need to be aware of. Eye contact. So in some cultures, a lack of eye contact may communicate discomfort or a lack of confidence. But it can also communicate a sign of respect in the presence of someone in a position of authority, especially, so a doctor, for example. So in some cultures, maintaining eye contact may communicate disrespect, or it might be regarded as confrontational or suggest aggressiveness, hostility. So these are the things that medical professionals need to be aware of. And again, another aspect is communicating with patients of the opposite sex, okay? So eye contact between men and women might be highly inappropriate in other cultures. So again, we need awareness of those things. What else? Physical contact. So obviously in the context of medical care, touch is used, is necessary sometimes, because it's crucial to examine patients. So touch at the same time is used to communicate emotions, because it offers comfort, reassurance. So we need to be aware of that, because some people might interpret touch differently, okay? So in some cultures, we need to be careful about touching, for example, the head of our patient, because it might be, again, considered inappropriate. So these are the things that we need to be aware of. Use of time. In some cultures, punctuality is vital, whereas in others you should be late, okay, because that's the norm, okay? So these are the things you need to be aware of, okay? Another thing that we might not take into account is significant others. So here we, or medical professionals, actually need to respect the roles of patients' families in the process of care, because when we discuss diagnosis or treatment options, sometimes some cultures expect their family members to be present. Okay, so healthcare professionals should be prepared for the presence of family, And that does not only refer to the area of pediatrics or geriatrics, so not only to assist children or elderly people. Okay, so some cultures might be very or highly respectful of authority from within the family, and their medical decision-making is in the hands of the oldest male family members. So again, very important things that medical professionals need to be aware of, okay? And they need to be prepared to explain medical procedures or treatment options, not only to the patient, but to the patient's family as well. Okay, another area, religious and spiritual beliefs. So first of all, perceptions of health and illness. So in some cultures, patients attribute health problems to different causes. For example, lifestyle-related factors, the natural environment, pollution, okay, unhealthy diet. But other cultures, they think it's caused by health or disease is caused by supernatural phenomena, okay? And suffering is the fate of mankind. Many people, many cultures considered health problems as a natural phenomenon, and they seek treatments based on science and the application of the latest technology, whereas others rely on their faith, prayer, and they might even avoid consulting doctors because they choose consulting healers, okay, or using natural remedies. Again, things that are very important for medical professionals to be aware of. Culinary practices, another area which is highly important and probably often overlooked. So medical professionals need to be aware of the fact that people have different rules imposed by their religion, and those might include specific guidelines for serving food, or some products that are not acceptable in certain countries or in certain cultures, okay, or the way the food is served or which hand is used for handling food. These are the things that we need to be aware of as well. Okay, another area, a very difficult one in all scenarios concerning end-of-life issues. So intercultural encounters might be highly challenging in this context. So in some countries or in some cultures, truth-telling to terminally ill patients is the most common scenario, whereas in others, truth concealment is the preferred option. So another thing connected with that is life-sustaining therapies and decision-making, okay? Or expressions of grief. People express grief differently in different cultures. Or beliefs related to an autopsy, another area which might differ across different cultures. So awareness of these things minimizes patients' discomfort, minimizes misunderstanding, and at the same time the possibility of confrontation with the patient's family, okay? And awareness of them increases empathy and compassionate care, which is so vital, not only in this context, but in medical care in general. Okay, so another thing we might not pay attention to is form of address. So we need to be aware of the way our patients prefer to be referred to. So addressing patients correctly is important. Some cultures prefer, being referred to only by their first name, whereas in others it's considered very childish and is only for children or adolescents. Okay, some people might prefer very formal ways of address because it's perceived more polite. Okay, so using terms as grandpa, granny, dear, sweet, sweetheart. Okay, so might be considered as a failure to maintain professional boundaries. So we have to be careful with those. We try to be kind, but at the same time, we might be regarded impolite. Okay, so this is a selection of the points that I would suggest should be included in any medical English syllabus or curriculum. Because they prepare our learners to confront intercultural realities, which are so common nowadays. And at the same time, they help doctors or medical professionals in general to improve care. And as I said before, to improve patient compliance and as a result to improve health outcomes. Okay, so what we as medical English teachers need to be aware of is that we do not only teach them language, because doctors or medical professionals need more than knowledge of medical terminology to deliver successful, effective medical care. Okay, so that's why those points are vital. Okay, so here's a list of references I used. Okay, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions at the end of this session. And again, a photo of the main seat of the Medical University of Białystok. Okay, and to round up, I would like to echo what Caroline and Kathleen have already mentioned. Please do join us in Belfast on the 16th of May. Okay, so this is it from me. Thank you very much. And sorry about the technical issues.
Thank you so much, Agnieszka, for the presentation. Is really of great use for all of us, because even if we don't teach English for doctors, we are patients from time to time. Hope that we'll be all blessed and saved.
Yes,
so now let's move to Milena Tanasiewicz. I hope that I've not mispronounced your name, Milena. Milena, activate your mic, please. Would you please activate your mic, please, Milena? Is there any problem with your mic, Milena? Wafa, can you please do it at your end?
Okay, I'll see if I can. Good morning, Milena. Do you hear us? Okay, just a second. The Democratic Arabic Center is going to intervene. Okay.
I have sent Milena a WhatsApp message, so I hope she can read it and
okay,
and probably turn on her mic. Let's see.
She's reading it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Milena, you are invited to deliver your intervention.
So indeed, let's notify her by message. I'll text her right now.
She has just said that she will be back in a minute, and she has shared the screen, which obviously has not happened for us.
Okay, she's doing so. Okay, let's wait a minute.
So she's aware of the difficulties. Okay. Yeah, she says it takes a minute for the microphone, and I'm here. Okay, so she's
activated.
Yeah.
Okay. So Milena's presentation is entitled Preparing and Implementing Blended and Distance ESP Courses. Milena has been preparing and implementing blended and distance English courses at Belgrade Metropolitan University for 14 years. Her academic interests are second language acquisition, building autonomy in language learning, curriculum development, assessment, learning technologies, teaching ESP courses. She has presented at numerous national and international professional and academic conferences. She is the editor-in-chief of the ELTA newsletter, published by the English Language Teachers Association in Serbia, a joint events coordinator of the IATFL ESP SIG, as well as the secretary of the ESP SIG of the Serbian Association of Foreign Language and Literature Studies. So she currently works at University of Metropolitan in Serbia. Floor is yours, Milena. I hope that your technical breakdown will be solved quickly.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Milena has just messaged me saying that she has lost the internet connection, but she will be back in a minute. Okay.
Okay.
I think we should wait for her.
So waiting for Milena, we can start our discussions and debate about the previous presentation in order not to waste our time. So floor is yours. Just to remind you that we had been listening to, first it was Catalin Agri, and it was about assessments. Second, we listened to Caroline Heitzemann from Switzerland. It was about expert and language collide. Then Vicky from Greece. After that, Agnieszka, and Milena is still on her way to be back. So floor is yours, dear audience.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Mr. Karim?
Hi, hello, sorry about disconnection. Can you now see me, hear me, anything?
Yes, we do, Melina.
Everything.
Okay, thank you very much. This is very stressful, and this is one of the reasons why I really would like us to go back to live events, if possible. The sooner, the better. So what happened was that I started sharing my screen and everything froze. So I'm very, very sorry. So thank you very much. Can I start now? I will open the presentation in a minute.
Professor Abrahal, yes, you can go ahead. Just she'll come back in a minute. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm here.
Sorry.
So floor is yours, Milena. Welcome.
Okay.
We are sorry for you for the trouble you got. I hope that it won't lower down or lift down your spirits.
Okay.
So preparing and implementing blended and distance ESP courses is going to be your interesting presentation for today. And floor is yours. 15 minutes are provided.
Thank you very much, and I apologize once again. So I would really like to say how happy I am to be with you here this morning, afternoon, whatever time zone you're in now. And the presentation that I was working on has to do with blended and distance courses, primarily English for specific purposes courses. It was prepared at a time when we were teaching online because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but I wanted to actually show you or present to you a more sustainable approach, because I did find a lot of value in working by distance and at least blended with my students. But this talk will actually focus on preparing courses both for formal education, like higher education institutions, as well as private language centers and whatever type of teaching there is. So once again, thank you for giving me a chance to present and for inviting me. I will be speaking very briefly about the institution where I work, which is Belgrade Metropolitan University, where we have been working by distance since 2005. But it will be a very brief introduction, and I will try to cover all the stages of ESP course design in terms of the aspects which are necessary for preparing courses by distance, which would be sustainable. Obviously, this is the information gathering process, the curriculum development, and then the syllabus design, how we can plan lessons for students by distance, how we deal with feedback and assessment, which is usually a challenge, and how we conduct the course evaluation. I will briefly touch upon the process of communication with distance learners, because this is one of the most important aspects of any language course particularly. And I will also try to explain the connection that I found and the possible perspectives of distance learning that I found connected to second language acquisition theories and what the pedagogical value could possibly be. So we will move on. I teach English. I'm an English lecturer at Belgrade Metropolitan University in Serbia. This institution is a part of the higher education system. So this is formal education, and we offer courses and degrees at information technology, design, and management, both traditionally and by distance. So we offer degrees for students and also some professional courses for the wider public since 2005. So all of the courses which can be taken at the university in terms of degrees and professional development courses are offered as traditional courses, as we call them, in the classroom and by distance. Within the body, which is called Pro Academia, we are especially asked to provide and to develop lifelong learning courses within all of these areas. And also this is a very, very important aspect of higher education, providing lifelong learning opportunities. Okay, so if you look at the ESP course design process, what has the information gathering, the needs analysis process actually has told me, then the curriculum development, the syllabus design, lesson planning, feedback and assessment, and the course evaluation. So here we are. Where I teach in Serbia, we have a market which has been fully saturated with traditional courses. This means that if we talk about a private language school market, all the schools seem to offer traditional courses in classroom, which are, let's say, a year long, like 9 months from September to June. And there is a problem that, let's say, students, young professionals and adults find with the enrollment period. So apparently, if you join a course in November, it would be some kind of a mid-course time. So the pace of enrollment is not really convenient because it is not an ongoing process for most of these people. The enrollment period is strict, September, sometimes even January. What this particular target group might find difficult is the course pace, because these courses are usually 2 or 3 times a week within a certain time frame. So you should show up on Mondays and Thursdays at 6 o'clock or something like that. And for professionals, for people who study at university and for people who have jobs, this can prove to be extremely difficult. So what they can find more convenient in terms of choosing an option for a distance course is that they will not have to deal with absences if you cannot attend a class because of a late meeting or something. And there is the obvious issue that is the scheduling. So sometimes you might not even enroll a course if the timetable given does not actually work for you. And what we have actually all discovered, and this has not been a secret, obviously, is that people need courses which are both time effective, so within a shorter time frame, they could achieve a lot, and plus, obviously, cost efficient. So if you have to pay for a course for, let's say, 9 months, it might prove to be difficult. And if you can have your language needs satisfied within 3 months in a more, let's say, relaxed course base or more flexible course base, it might prove to be more cost efficient. So this works for example, private language schools as well as companies for in-company courses, but in a way it works for higher education institutions because we also do accept students who have, for example, unfortunately disabilities, who cannot move to Belgrade and attend classes on their own. And also quite a lot of young people and students now have to take a part-time job at least and support themselves during the studies. So the distance learning option would actually work best in all of these cases. So now if we move to the curriculum development, this is actually where we start with preparing the course. Once we know all about the actual language needs and the pedagogical needs of our learners, and we start to prepare any type of a course, traditional and blended and distance, we start with the course level, and we have to provide people with the description of where they are and what they're going to achieve. So we have to be very clear about the objectives and the expected outcome. Now, the outcomes here, especially in English for specific purposes courses, are very, very narrow. So, for example, by the end of the course, the students will be able to present in English more confidently, and so on and so on. After that, we have to actually select the teaching approach. Obviously, it is the communicative approach, but in terms of ESP courses, and especially distance ESP courses, it would most probably be the task-based approach, where we actually assign people particular chunks of language, and especially some types of writing or speaking, which are actual tasks. Presentations, letters, reports, and so on. We move on, then we have to provide the recommended literature, which is actually always additionally supported by material and resources for self-study. There's quite a lot of self-study which can be found and used, especially in distance ESP courses, and the web support. There's quite a lot of software and like a very, very big support from the internet. And we just have to provide assignments for self-study, because people who study by distance actually expect them. They're usually expecting some type of what we call homework, but it's usually a piece of writing or some kind of a speaking material to be prepared, and so on. And within the curriculum development, we have to tackle the issue of assessment. We have to actually understand, as the course developers, we have to know how and when we assess what. What is it that we assess mid-course? What is it that we assess at the end of the course? Assessment is necessary because by doing assessment gradually, we actually answer the question if we have met the expected outcomes, if we have answered the needs of our learners. So then we move on to the next stage, which is the syllabus design, which is actually the time frame and the timeline of elements to be taught. It would largely depend, obviously, on the course duration. If we say we have 2 months of classes twice a week, let's say, and we have to know the lesson duration. So we have to be very realistic as to understanding what actually we can teach within that time frame, with that many lessons. Here we integrate the self-study, so within each lesson or after 2 lessons, or I don't know, whatever works best, but we do say within the syllabus where the self-study comes. We do say when the progress checks come, because distance learners need to be fully aware of these dates and timeframes. We have to explain how we deal with feedback. Is it email, daily emails, Zoom, Skype, whatever we use. And actually, we have to explain the assessment process to people, to our attendants, course attendants, and students very, very well in advance. They should be prepared. And we have to actually deal with the aspect of course evaluation. We have to know if we achieved what we wanted to actually achieve. And the course evaluation is usually done at the end of the course, but I will explain how it can be fitted even within, during the implementation, so that we can react and be proactive. And then we move to the lesson planning stage for blended learning. Now we have a lesson planning stage, which is the same as for preparing lessons for traditional classes. We have the timelines of lessons in mind, so we have to be very careful and very realistic to understand how these people are going to learn on their own and how long it might take them to go through whatever it is that we have decided to teach them. Then usually I advise preparing PowerPoint, because people are really already used to it. The PowerPoint would have bullet points such as this one. And then we would record the narration. For people who study based distance, who study individually, this is extremely important, because the PowerPoint slides go through bullet by bullet, as my slides go now. But I speak obviously more and I elaborate more on whatever the bullet says. So if I record my narration and they can hear it while I actually go through my slides, it would be extremely beneficial. And then we could actually extend the lecture notes. So we have the slides by bullets. We have the narration, which explains what the bullet actually means. But if we decide to prepare a Word document or a PDF document with even more examples, with even more explanation and more tasks, it would be excellent. This is what I have discovered works really, real well. And also we always assign a follow-up. After each lesson, there must be at least one tidbit of something that they need to produce so that we can see that actually they have understood our lesson. And how we go through the course evaluation. Of course, that's the most obvious thing is the feedback, which could be formal. It could be a survey, a questionnaire or something, but it is very, very useful to pick up informal feedback and to check from time to time how the participants actually go through the course, because we don't get to see them very much, especially if they're purely by distance. Okay, then what I found extremely useful and beneficial, it's a must at my university, but I do think it would benefit everybody, is a very serious peer evaluation, even at the beginning stages when we start to prepare. So peer evaluation means that your colleague, someone you trust, someone who's your actually even a friend maybe, can go through whatever it is that you have prepared and that you have actually written and provide feedback in terms of this might not necessarily be clear. I find this ambiguous because you, as the author, you understand everything that you have prepared. You understand everything that was explained. But when someone else sees it, I mean, it could be extremely beneficial and they could point out, okay, but students might not really understand this may be tricky, so maybe you should add some more information about this and so on. At the university where I teach, we also have external evaluation from the management, but that's a different topic. Now, what actually we do during the courses? What I have discovered is that email works best. When we communicate with distance learners who work within their own time frame, they prefer emails. Basically, this is professional communication in English. I always write my emails to them in English and they reply in English. However, elementary levels they have, they pick up on my model. This is a scaffold that they use, and very soon they become more comfortable in writing emails in English. Why do they find it comfortable and favor it? Simply because it is safe. Once you write something, a sentence or two sentences, you can check it, you can recheck it, you can read it. It's not really synchronous communication, so it is very safe for them. And obviously we have forum. Our e-learning platform allows us to actually find space and time within the classes. So I think that there's quite a lot of softwares that anybody could use to actually prepare a class forum. Fora are extremely useful. This is again asynchronous communication. It is not like they're talking to each other, but there is quite a lot of rhythm and discussion going on, which is very different from the actual emails. So the forum discussion could be teacher and students, but it could also be students with students. So it would provide some room for less formal language use, less formal than the email at least. And then we as teachers just stand back and do not intervene. So the emphasis is on their, let's say, fluency. They're not speaking, but they're writing with less care, with less thought, and the emphasis is on accuracy. If they understand each other and if the message is actually expressed properly, then we do not interfere. Our interference could be just on the level of serious miscommunication or a communication breakdown. So this is when we could actually intervene. Of course, there is always the option for synchronous communication with distance learners with Skype or Zoom. We can schedule, for example, a weekly meeting for everybody available to join us, or a monthly meeting, however. So this is very convenient for solving ambiguities. Apparently, when you work by distance and when you learn the language by distance, there's always something that you need cleared. The biggest problem is that these questions arise while students study and they cannot get immediate answers or clarification, but these type of live sessions are very convenient for solving ambiguities, for assessment of oral presentations, for example, as we see now. And what I usually find, which is very interesting for me, is that even though they have an option to speak to you and to speak to their colleagues, students almost always choose the chat option, which is like, again, typing. I think it's with the level of comfort and safety. They rarely would necessarily talk unless you ask them specifically to do so. Okay. So in terms of second language acquisition and how distance learning can be actually perceived as a beneficial option with a lot of perspectives. I cannot go into all the models because there are many models of second language acquisition, and they actually answer different questions about how this process is actually going on. But what I can actually talk about are some elements that I found actually extremely important. Almost all of the second language acquisition theories emphasize the need for providing ample communication opportunities when learning and teaching a language. So basically, we might think on the surface that there's little communication when learning language by distance, especially ESP or specific purposes. But I think that there's quite a lot of communication opportunities, even more in the classroom, because you tailor the material for the students for their needs particularly. Let's say they're traffic engineers or doctors or whatever other field, and everything that they produce as language in terms of writing primarily is connected to what they do. So it can be tailored and they can produce quite a lot of at least written output. Another aspect of second language acquisition is that we as instructors have to be very careful about the input we provide, because our input should be minimum. Our teacher talking time should be minimum in order to allow maximum output for the learners to use the time best to practice. And I think that this really happens with distance learning. So they have a text, they have the exercises and everything. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Milena, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you? Can you hear me?
Professor Baraha, she can hear you.
Yes. But can you hear me?
Sorry to tell you that I can.
Okay, I have just 2 more minutes
as extra.
Okay, 2 minutes. Can I have 2 more minutes?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, yeah, I can.
Okay, so I will move on. The second language acquisition series actually ask us to reduce the level of anxiety in the classroom. And I believe that you all understand that there is almost no anxiety here on behalf of the learner. And of course, distance learning actually works best for various learning styles and pace. People can learn in the morning during their lunch break or in the evening. Some are more confident with reading and writing, some are more visual, some are more kinetic. I think that it could work. If we prepare the material, we can answer different styles, and we build a very professional connection with our learners, which is the rapport, which is what they will definitely need in their working environment. As for the pedagogy, I believe that we develop a great sense of students' autonomy and skills for lifelong learning. Quite a lot of reading and listening and writing. Obviously, one field that is particularly lacking is speaking, and we should always be looking for more ways how to actually provide more opportunities for speaking when we discuss this. So, okay, that was it. This is my email. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking more time and for the technical problems at the beginning. I'll be happy to answer questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marina. Professor Baraha? Professor? Okay, we are just waiting for Professor Baraha to start the debate and ask the questions to our keynote speakers. You are all thanked for your informative and interesting presentations. Yeah, Professor Baraha, can you hear us? Okay, just a second, wait for her to join us.
Maybe something, can you?
Professor Baraha. Okay, I guess she's back. Okay, just a second, please. Professor Rahal has faced a technical problem, and she is back in a moment to start the debate and the questions. So just a second, waiting for her to join us.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Welcome back, Professor Rahal. Yes, we do.
Oh,
Welcome back. We are waiting for you to start the
thank you.
debate.
I don't know,
Melina has
as,
just finished.
yeah, when Melina quitted on, I don't know how I lost my Zoom link. I was obliged to reconnect, so.
It's okay, it's okay. There's no
Okay, so, welcome again. Thank you for this nice and interesting presentation that added a lot to our knowledge about ESP. Indeed, there are current practices, challenges, and expectations to do well in the short run of time. So just to remind you of the presentations, first we attended Dr. Catalin's presentation about assessment and the two parameters of interreliability and inter-rater reliability. Second, it was the interesting journey of Caroline from ELT to ESP from Switzerland. Third one was Vicky from Greece, who talked about critical theory and critical pedagogy and the possibility of a Foucauldian resistance. The following was Agnieszka from Poland and her enriching intercultural communication to be conducted between doctors and patients. After that, we attended Dr. Milena from Serbia. Interesting presentation indeed about COVID times practices, especially the blended and distance ESP courses. We are sorry for the trouble you got while presenting your work, but we learned a lot from it. So the floor is yours now, as we've been going through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 presentations. So if we allow 5 minutes discussion for each, it will be 25. So let's make it a whole time to discuss either one by one presentation, or you can have cross questioning about all the presentations at the same time. So welcome.
Professor Rahal, there are some questions in the chat box.
Okay, so let me check. Let me check, please. Let me go back to the chat box. So starting from the last one. Dear. So sorry. Questions for the speakers in the chat. Maybe we should notify. Would you help me, Wafa, if you have one at hand? Yes, so reach it. This is Catalin, a question for Vicky. How would you compare EAP in a native context, example the UK, where foreign students study everything in English and are surrounded with English in an EMI context, example China, where all of the majority of subjects are studied in English, but outside the classroom, life happens in another language. And in an EFL context, where students study and live in their L1 and learn EAP in their English class only. Vicky?
Yeah, especially when we're talking about these two differences in AP context. Even if students study in different countries and not in the UK, it doesn't mean that the education system changes. They're affected by it, and it's still more or less the same. What changes is that, as Catalin mentions, outside the classroom, they're going to be exposed to their L1 rather than English. That doesn't mean, though, that necessarily EAP courses should focus merely on language and the writing conventions, and that we shouldn't focus at the same time at raising critical awareness of the students. They need to still have a critical approach of everything they're doing if we want them to be thinking students. And this is exactly what critical pedagogy is saying.
Okay.
This is also one reason, the main reason that I mentioned in my speech, that, you know, critical pedagogy was, you know, basically EAP, the EAP field was affected by critical pedagogy last because of the different situation that exists there.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Catalin, do you have any comment to add on the answer of Dr. Vicky?
Maybe just a reflection that critical thinking is different in different disciplines. So, for example, in mathematics, critical thinking will be very different from critical thinking in history or in linguistics. So, I'm sometimes conflicted because, yes, I want my students to be critical thinkers, but I don't think that it's necessarily my task as the English language teacher or EAP or ESP teacher to actually teach them critical thinking. That should be taught to them in their disciplines. What I can do is kind of induce critical thinking in the classroom while I'm teaching English, practically speaking.
But, you know, Catalin, this is something that has kind of, you know, tortured me in a way all these years. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of professionals do not consider us true academics. And there has been a debate about it. They think that EAP tutors should not actually have, you know, high positions in the academic world because of instances like this, because they do not actually, they only teach, for example, language and not critical approaches to other matters.
Well, I think especially in the UK, the issue is not that we don't teach critical thinking. The issue is that traditionally, I'm not saying now, not especially now, but traditionally, the language teachers at the language teaching units of universities were not on research contracts. They were only on teaching only contracts. So they did not produce knowledge. They were not part of the knowledge producers in the academic sense of the word. They did not conduct research. So I don't think it's about what necessarily what we teach. But I would turn it around and I would say, and I would go to the academics and I would say, okay, how many languages do you speak? In how many languages can you publish? Can you stand up and do a presentation? If the problem is that we are supposed to be in a way academically inferior. We are not. It's just that they don't appreciate what it goes into learning a language and teaching a language. So I think the debate is not really about critical thinking to me.
Okay.
Yes, maybe to settle things simpler, is that when it comes to the questioning whether we teach critical thinking or not, it seems for me that we don't teach critical thinking, because questioning is the essence of learning, is the essence of humanity. It is quite a means, an effective means to get knowledge. For Vicky's presentation, it has more to do with this conflictual ground between knowledge and power, and how Foucauldian view sets forward the philosophy about it, and resisting power, especially as you have a number of outstanding names in your presentation about how to reach power through knowledge, or how to reach knowledge through power, which is still polemical in the world. However, when it comes to Kataline's view, it's right that each discipline has its own critical thinking. That's what has been coined by two researchers. I really forgot the names and looking for them, because they presented a very interesting presentation in 2020 TESOL conference, the first online conference. It was about a threshold theory for critical thinking, that each discipline has its own set of ideas that should be a prerequisite before starting coaching our learners on critical thinking. They give this a kind of metaphor that it's like a corridor that we go through before reaching the kitchen, before reaching the living room, and a priori we know that what are the furnitures existing in the kitchen. It means there is a pre-knowledge, if we may call it, to reach this coaching on critical thinking. Well, it's interesting, and it may take ages to debate on it. All ideas are welcome, and thank you for this reflective question, Catalin. Now let's move to Dr. Caroline. Dr. Caroline, can you hear us?
Yep, I'm here. Yep.
Yeah, you have a number of questions by Fouzia Rouer. So first question is, I could understand that you're teaching English as an independent subject, since you mentioned it's not possible to collaborate with teachers of the subject matter. May I know which content you develop for your ESP class? So this is the first question. If you can try to be short, because you have a number of questions and we're going to go through them one by one. Welcome.
I will do my best. Yeah. I mean, the first comment on this is, I didn't say it's not possible to collaborate. I said it's difficult to collaborate, and that's a slightly different thing. And the answer to the question is, we develop everything. All the content is developed by us in our team. We are a team of 6 people, and we actually belong to a department called, what's the English translation? Oh gosh, the German is in my head and not the English. So like basic skills that all students in life sciences need, whether it's biology, maths, English, we all belong to the same department. So we develop everything from scratch that the students need. And this actually goes into the second question as well. Authentic textbooks, there are none. There are absolutely none in the field that we are teaching in. Okay, there are some basic textbooks, but they don't apply to my context. So we prepare everything ourselves, and what we do is we center those input materials on academic skills, like, for example, writing a report, and we filter the context in through the question which we ask the students to answer through the medium of an academic report. So we bring in the subject-specific angle through the task that we set, but the basic academic skills are the same no matter what discipline area the students are studying and or working in. And yeah, I mean, the second question as well, I think I've answered. There are no textbooks available. Sometimes we do get journal articles from the subject-specific lecturers. We are starting, I think I mentioned this in my presentation, we're starting to work more closely with the subject-specific lecturers through various new courses that we're developing. And it's a gradual process, you know, it's step by step. It's not something that they want to necessarily be responsible for lack of another word. I think there was another question somewhere about that. So sorry if I've trodden on the toes of that.
Yes, the third question was about, have you ever experienced awkward situations where your students were more knowledgeable than you as regards their area of specialization?
Absolutely, but I wouldn't call it an awkward situation. I would call it a welcome situation.
Yeah.
Like I said in my presentation, you know, students are the experts. I say to them, please, I actually say that to them in the classroom, you're the experts, you have to help me. But I am the expert when it comes to academic language, and that's where the two meet in the middle, in my opinion and in my experience as well over the last, like I said, 20 plus years. So yeah, definitely not awkward, definitely a welcome situation, and we want more of that, please.
Yeah, I would rather call that a collaborative learning and teaching, because it happened, that situation happened to me several times. When I started teaching English, I started teaching it as English for business, business learners at the Faculty of Business and Management. And it was a class of master and PhD cohort. So they were, of course, they are more knowledgeable as far as the hard skill is concerned, which is knowledge concerning that. So each time I ask them, whenever I miss wrong a concept, so try to redirect me. And even it happened to me to ask them about some special knowledge concerning that content. That is really enriching to know how to schedule your course and the going on of activities for the thank you. You have
Professor, would you allow me just to add something?
Yeah, go Wafa, please.
Okay, since you are talking about collaboration, because it's one of the main roles of the ESP teacher, he's a collaborator. And if collaboration with a subject specialist is not a possibility, the ESP practitioner should collaborate with his own learners, as they are the primary knowers of their subject matter. And therefore, I would conclude with just one sentence. They stated that ESP teaching is easier than EGP, but not easy in itself, because the task of the ESP practitioner is much more harder than that of the EGP one. Thank you.
Thank you, Wafa. Indeed, it's not easy at all, because you are on different grounds and the task is more complex even. So another question for Caroline. In a context where English is not the language of the general population, i.e. it's taught and learned as a foreign language, how important is the student's general proficiency in English when learning ESP, ESAP? That is, can we teach ESP, ESAP without developing the student's general competence? This is proper, yes, this is a problem that we generally face here when students have poor knowledge of English, if we can call langue and parole. If we go to deux saussure divisions, so is this poor knowledge really affects the task of the ESP teacher?
I mean, in my opinion, the answer has to be yes to what you just said, right? And then to Catalin's question, you have to have a certain level of proficiency in order to take the ESP further. I mean, in my context, we only accept students at B1, B2 level at the university in general in English. So they come with a certain level of competence. I think it may be a cultural thing, you know, different cultures have different ways of approaching this, like you just said. I mean, I think the problem we often meet sometimes as well, at least in the context that I'm teaching in, is these are Swiss German students with Swiss German as a first language. There are a couple of exceptions to that, but basically it's a unanimous cohort in that respect. And the problem is they wouldn't be able to necessarily write a report in German in their area of specialization, let alone in English. So this is the problem that I tend to come up against. And it actually goes back to what they were saying before about critical analysis, critical thinking. We end up teaching them everything at the same time, which actually puts us in a very, very good light, I have to say, as a side comment, because we are then viewed as, these are the academic people who actually know how to think critically and know how to teach the students those critical thinking skills and other academic skills, whereas the subject specialists are there literally just to feed in their subject knowledge. So that's kind of a link there as well. But I mean, just to go back to the question, in my experience, in my opinion, there has to be a certain level of proficiency in English in order to then take them further with the ESP. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so there is another question, Caroline. Sorry to trouble you, but now I can classify this question as academic gossiping. They want to know. So listen, what was the most challenging issue during your journey trying to bridge between the gap between EGP and ESP?
Understanding chemistry. No, that's a joke. Okay, that was a difficulty, but and a serious answer would probably have been, I mean, the issue I've been talking about throughout this morning, developing a community of practice which doesn't have any holes in it. I think the problem at the moment is it's very patchy. We have very good relationships with certain schools at the university, and others don't seem to see the value, let's say, in us yet. But that's why I'm saying it is a journey, not just me, but in general, because it's starting to spread that we are valuable as a team, and we do teach the students not just general English, but also academic skills like academic criticality. They go, in my opinion, they go hand in hand, academic criticality along with the inputs that we create for them. Indeed, we make them go hand in hand. So I think developing a community of practice is probably the most difficult thing we've come up against in the last kind of 5 to 6 years, because we're having to almost convince, sounds awful, doesn't it? To convince people of our value, but that's essentially what we're doing, going to all the different departments, all the different schools and saying, look, this is who we are, this is what we do, this is how we benefit your students. And then slowly people are starting to realize, and it really helps when you develop a new course in collaboration with those subject specific lecturers. Only then, and I've just done this literally the last autumn semester, only at that point when you're developing a course along with them do they start to see the benefit of us and what we are there to deliver. So that would be my answer as to the biggest challenge, developing a community of practice, but it's not a challenge that we can't overcome. It's gradually getting easier, let's say, but we're having to almost like market ourselves, advertise, like we're doing with our PCE event in May, you know, marketing, advertising to people, and gradually the realization is sinking in.
Okay, thank you, Caroline, for your answers. Thank you so much for being patient with us. I think that these were all the questions dropped in my hoard. So thank you very much for your nice presence today, enriching, and floor is yours, Wafa.
Thank you so much, dear keynote speakers, for your informative and amazing presentations. We have learned so much from you. Thank you so much, dear Professor Rahal, for your collaboration, for your efforts, and for being ready all the time. Thank you and God bless. So now we move on to the first session. We move on directly to the first session. Okay, the moderator is Miss Melina, I guess. I'm sorry.
I think it's Kathleen first.
Yeah, I believe if it's the Robinson session,
Robin's
Yes.
session, yeah.
I'm the
It's
moderator.
Catalan.
Ah,
And
okay.
I'll follow next.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry. Okay, you're welcome, Dr. Catalin. The program is in front of you. You start calling the participants to join us.
Yes, that's right. So I'd like to have Dr. Radia Bugubas with us to do a presentation on digital literacy importance in ESP teacher education, perceptions, engagements, and reality.
Okay, good morning. Do you hear me?
Good morning, Dr. Radia. Yeah, we do.
Okay, so nice to be here. So pleased to be among you today. Well, my deep thanks to the organizing committee and mainly to the chair conference, Dr. P.R.F.U. Well, so interesting thematic. I'm so pleased, so happy to share other experiences as what concerns ESP teaching. So let's share my screen. Okay. Well, do you see my screen? Yes, sir?
Yeah, we do, Dr. Radia. Go ahead.
Yes. My contribution is entitled the Digital Literacy Importance in ESP Teacher Education, Perceptions, Engagements, and Reality. Well, I'm Dr. Radia Bugubas from DNS Asya Jabbar, Constantine. As we all know that progress in technology, educational technology provides enormous tools for enhancing teaching and learning process. ICT's instruments such as the computer and the internet brought new modes of learning, including Moodle platforms, Google Classrooms. They altogether it reshaped the ESP teaching learning environment, affecting by them the ESP teaching pedagogy. Accordingly, what other skills ESP practitioners should be aware about to fit this new circumstances. So the focus of my presentation will be on knowing or focusing on ESP teacher profile. Because it provides enormous tools for enhancing teaching and learning, ICT is an important tool for inducing educational reforms that change our students into productive knowledge workers. The fact that ICT application for teaching learning purposes has become an issue of debate in contemporary education. What other skills ESP practitioners should be aware about to fulfill their roles adequately while manipulating the ICT tools in their ESP classroom? The main objective of this research are the following. We want to investigate teacher attitude towards the facilities ICT tools use could bring to the ESP classrooms. We want to also to explore teachers' awareness about the utility of digital literacy skills in the profile of ESP practitioners. And most importantly, we want to certify whether or not keeping up to date that digital skills via teacher education future programs is perceived as a must. Digital literacy. It refers to this minimal set of skills that facilitate for the user undergoing effective operation with software tools or in performing basic information retrieval. That's why digital literacy. Technology has been utilized in ESP instruction since the introduction of the computer into the classroom throughout the developments of the internet and the World Wide Web, and to the very invention of the mobile and cloud computing technologies. Since then, teaching ESP in the digital age involves a focus on digital mediation as one component of goal-directed activity and specialized communication practices. Teachers then should be familiar with the technology tools. According to a study undergone by Lee in 2018, it was proved that despite the benefits technology can offer to languages for specific purposes, ESP teachers have demonstrated slow adoption in using new technologies. Why such attitude? This can be due to the lack of awareness and efficient computer literacy and ICT pedagogy, according to Leo. Or it may be due to a mismatch between teachers' previous education and the 21st century educational technologies advanced needed. What is the solution? So here we can say that since ICT used in education makes learning enjoyable, interesting, interactive, language instructors are more than ever technically challenged with the latest innovative technologies and language learning. To solve this problem, all the needed is a successful combination of lifelong learning and self-development. We departed from the following questions. We want to check, are teachers aware about different duties attributed to an ESP practitioner? To what extent ESP teaching is affected by progress in ICTs? What is the ESP practitioner's attitude towards the importance of digital literacy knowledge in teacher education? And last but not least, how important is the inclusion of the digital literacy training in ESP teacher education? To answer this question, we adopted a descriptive analytic research design based on a quantitative data analysis procedure involving an online questionnaire that was posted to 31 ESP teachers from different universities in Algeria. The quantitative data was saved in the same link. The results revealed the following. So the participants, the majority of the participants hold higher qualification degrees. They are affiliated to different universities, and mainly the majority of them are from Constantine. Their field of specialty ranges between applied linguistics, language and didactics, and most of them are experienced teachers. Their ESP teaching experience, 64% have already experienced teaching ESP in various ESP settings like engineering, mechanical, engineering, medical sciences, business English, Islamic sciences, math, and political sciences. Teachers, when checking their knowledge about the ESP practitioner duties, the majority of the interrogated teachers, they agree that an ESP practitioner fulfills many duties, including teaching, selecting materials, developing new materials to fit learners' needs, evaluating his course to identify its weaknesses and improve it, keeping himself up to date with the ESP research. Adding to that, when asked about the different hardware and software technology they used or they relied on, whether when preparing or when delivering their courses, as it is described in these two graphs, it seems that all of them utilize the similar hardware and software technology tools as for the preparation or for the delivery of the courses. The importance, when asking them about the importance of the ICT inclusion in that setting, we can see that the majority of them finds that ICT facilitates for an ESP teacher fulfilling his duties. And of course, some of them have provided us with this qualitative data. One of them says that diversifying the digital teaching learning tools facilitates the challenging tasks because it saves time and energy. For another one, educational technology would help the teacher widen the choices available for material selection. And use of technology is highly recommended in today's classroom because it elicits students' motivation, imagination, collaboration, and confidence. So, what is the importance of digital? When asking them of the importance of digital literacy in teacher profile, since the majority of the informants are totally aware about this 21st century concept, not surprisingly, they totally agree, whether strongly agree or just agree, that developing digital literacy skill facilitates for the ESP teacher the manipulation of ICT tools. Moving to checking their attitude towards the inclusion of the digital literacy skills in teacher education as it is perceived from the following figure. The majority of them agree, and they agree and express the total agreement for the inclusion of digital literacy training programs in teacher education because it is becoming a primordial, not just for an ESP teacher, but for all teachers of foreign languages. They provided us with a set of recommendations for one of them, it is highly recommended for ESP teachers to have a clear conceptualization that an ESP practitioner is not only a teacher, but a collaborator, a course designer, a material provider, and an evaluator as well. It is highly recommended to integrate and include the ICT in ESP setting. It is vital to involve ICT tools in any teaching learning process for the demanding world of progress. This leads us to they are recommending acquiring new skills, adding to the other skills an ESP teacher holds. He should also be really competent in the digital skills to cope with the 21st century challenging and changing world. The training programs, including digital training, literacy training programs in teacher education for the sake of satisfying the ESP learners' learning needs in a digital environment is a must. Keeping up to date this skill by attending a continuous or by putting it in a continuous progress, ESP teachers should attend professional network programs that address the development of the digital skill. So all in all, we can say that the global emergence of educational technology brought new modifications in the teaching learning environment where the profile of the teacher was the most affected. To minimize the gap between the ESP teacher and a generation of learners who are in fact digitally oriented, adding to some specialized training in the subject matter he gets involved in, the ESP teacher have to develop their digital literacy skills to benefit from ICT educational tools. Thank you for your attention. These are some references I have relied on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bouguebs, I think.
Yes.
I was looking at your name on the screen rather than what has been sent to me. And I do apologize to each speaker if I do not pronounce your names properly. I'll try to go by the French reading of the names. It's been a very interesting talk by Dr. Bouguebs. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please, to her, please put the questions in the chat box. And now let's move on to Dr. Manel Moulem, who will be speaking to us on New Horizon in Algerian higher education, challenging ESP by training university teachers on content-based instruction.
Dr. Manel.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, good morning. Go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we do.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
So good morning. Before I start my presentation, I would like to express my deep thanks and gratitude to the organizing committee for giving us such a wonderful opportunity to exchange ideas and thoughts. My presentation is entitled New Horizon in Algerian Higher Education, Challenging ESP by Training University Teachers on Content-Based Instruction. So as you can see, my title is about higher education and changing ESP with content-based instruction, which is a new tendency. So as you know, sorry. In Algerian universities, French is used as a medium of instruction, like in mathematics, biology, or physics. So these subjects are taught in French. Since English is considered as an international language, the Algerian Ministry of Higher Education decided to revolutionize the field by introducing English in different subject matters and replacing French. So in September 2021, the Ministry of Higher Education launched a training in collaboration with Columbia Teachers College to train online university teachers from different regions in the country on integrated content-based learning. Thus, English for specific purposes is to be replaced by CBI. The training aims to prepare university subject matter teachers to use content-based instruction. So what's the difference between ESP and CBI? So ESP can be defined as language research and instruction that focuses on the specific communicative needs and practices of a particular social group. CBI, on the contrary, is defined as an umbrella term for a multifaceted approach to second or foreign language teaching that differs in terms of factors such as educational training, program objectives, target population, but shares a common point of departure, the integration of language teaching aims with content instruction. So as far as the Algerian context is concerned, ESP teachers aim to teach English to different disciplines like mathematics, physics, etc. So when they teach specialized English, we have the example of teaching aviation. We have aviation English or business English. However, the new tendency is to integrate language and content. That is, subject matters, as I said, physics, maths, biology will be taught using English, and they will be taught English and the content together. So the training is the training started online on September 2021 and lasted 6 months, where 28 teachers were trained on using CBI in higher education. So the aim was to teach subject matters, of course, in English, and the project was in collaboration with Columbia Teachers College, as I said, where mainly 3 teachers took part in the training. The training was composed of 4 subjects or 4 modules. The first module is designed to integrate content teaching, integrated content language teaching tasks by focusing on a particular disciplinary domain and for a supposed Algerian audience. The second module was designed to integrate a content language instructional unit that is related to an authentic Algerian context. Whereas in the third module, the aim was to train teachers on using corpus-based tools to build a list of specialized vocabulary which is unique to a particular domain. And the fourth module is designed to train teachers on designing assessment and tests and scoring using the CBI. The aim of the present study is to shed light on the teachers' trainees' opinions towards integrating CBI in the Algerian higher education. So as the tools, we have relied on a qualitative research methodology where we have used the questionnaire containing open-ended and closed-ended questions submitted to 28 teacher trainees, those teachers who took part in the training. The results, the analysis of the questionnaire led us to the following results. Teachers were interested in taking part in the training. Most of them believe that they benefited a lot from the training because they have learned how to design a unit using CBI, how to design tests and scoring, how to build glossaries about specialized vocabulary. They also said that the ESP teachers mentioned that they had never benefited from a training before. And teachers believe that it is challenging to apply it in our context because Algerian universities need to be prepared to prepare subject matter teachers on integrating language and content. So as recommendations, in the light of the present study, it is recommended that Algerian Ministry of Higher Education should train more and more teachers on integrating language and content. Algerian Ministry of Higher Education should take sufficient time before start applying the approach in our universities and preparing subject matter teachers on CBI. Subject matter teachers should have a good level at English, and CBI should be experienced at first on small groups or unlimited number of universities before generalizing it to all our universities in the country. Also, in this model, I mean the CBI, ESP practitioners collaborate with subject matter instructors to achieve the pedagogical efficiency of English medium academic instruction. So as a conclusion, we can say that the training was an enriching opportunity for ESP teachers, ESP, whether ESP teachers or language teachers or even subject matter teachers, to get committed into a project that seeks essentially to integrate content and language in Algerian higher education. It was an experience that aims to pave the way toward using English as a medium of instruction instead of French, which was dominating education since the independence. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moulem, for this very interesting talk. And I hope that we'll have some questions regarding this transition, first of all, from French to English, and then from ESP to CBI. Indeed, very interesting. And now I would like to introduce Dr. Abir Sundus Gaskil, who is going to talk about I Am a Global Learner, the urge to establish an ESP master program in the Algerian University. Dr. Gaskil, the floor is yours. Hello, Dr. Gaskil.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. We can now see you and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you are all doing great. Can you see my screen? Is it shared already?
Yes, we can. We can see your screen, but it's not on
moving.
It's not moving, and it's
okay.
Not
just
full
a second. Okay. And now, how about now?
The slides are not changing.
Okay, just a second. How about now?
No, no, it's only your title slide that we can see.
Okay, okay. How about now? The same technical issue.
Yes, it's moved to the second one, but it's still not full screen.
And can you see while it is not on full screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope that you are all doing great. Before introducing my topic of discussion, I would like to thank the conference chair, Dr. Wafa Warniqi, for her tremendous effort and dedication, and I am really honored to be part of this academic event. Well, since we are all gathered to enlighten one another about the field of ESP, my presentation is entitled, I Am a Global Learner, the urge to establish an ESP master program in the Algerian University. Students of nowadays are doing their best to learn English language because English language is the current form of communication in different domains. This is why students of different fields and branches are in an urgent need to be indulged in a master program that serves their specific needs. In my faculty, the Faculty of Foreign Languages at P.R.F.U University, we have a master in didactics and a master in linguistics, but still we are lacking a master in ESP. This is why we are trying to create one for the enormous importance of ESP, which is going to be highlighted in the following presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the ESP approach enhances the relevance of what the students are learning and enables them to use the English they know to learn even more English. And since their interest in their field will motivate them to interact with speakers and texts, The aim of an ESP course actually is to equip learners with a certain English proficiency level for a situation where the language is going to be used, in other words, target needs. It is agreed that any decision made in designing language teaching programs in ESP context should hinge on the learner's needs for learning English. Well, we all know and we are aware that students of nowadays are digital students. And digital students do understand that there are people who have completely different lifestyles, appearances, cultures, and routines, but with whom we share common values and responsibilities. So students of nowadays are simply trying to be global learners. This is why we need to create and establish an ESP master in the Algerian University. English has become the internationally accepted language of almost all the fields of knowledge. Excuse me, can you see my screen? Is it moving?
We are now on the introduction side.
Yes,
slide.
good. Okay, okay. And depending on their specific needs and requirements, now new learners who knew specifically why they need English are created. In some cases, learners with inadequate proficiency in English need to be taught to handle specific jobs. And to fulfill the needs of these new learners, new specific courses were designed and introduced. ESP is one of them. Actually, from early 1960s, ESP has emerged as one of the major areas of EFL teaching today. And various universities across the globe are offering a number of ESP courses nowadays. Examples: English for chemists, English for educationalists, English for advertisements, English for media, and so on and so forth. English for medicine studies, as it has been mentioned before by one of the distinguished keynote speakers. So simply, what is ESP? ESP means English for specific purposes, and it is defined in the terms of its absolute and variable characteristics by Tony Dooley Evans. Absolute characteristics and variable characteristics. The absolute characteristics, they meet specific needs of learners. They are centered on the language appropriate to these activities in terms of grammar, lexis, syntax, study skills, discourse, and genre. And they make use of underlying methodology and activities of the discipline it serves. For the variable characteristics, may be related to or designed for specific disciplines, may use in particular situations different methodologies from general English. They are likely to be designed for adult learners, either at an institute or at workplace, and they are generally designed for intermediate and advanced learners. Most of the ESP courses assume some basic knowledge of the language system. Why do we need ESP? Why do we need to establish an ESP master program in the Algerian University, specifically in my university? ESP, ladies and gentlemen, is an approach to teaching. It is an attitude of mind, and it is concerned with turning learners into users. Hutchinson stated that ESP is an approach to language teaching in which all decisions as to content and method are based on the learner's reason of learning. And as it is concerned, types of ESP, they are classified mainly into three types. English as a restricted language, example, English of a pilot, English of a waiter. They are used for specific contexts. Knowing these types of English might not help to communicate effectively outside this specific context. As for the English for academic and occupational purposes, English in this case for academic purposes like medical studies, and occupational purposes like English for technicians. As it is concerned English with specific topics, it is uniquely concerned with anticipated future English needs. Example, scientists requiring English for postgraduate studies or attending conferences, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. I just need to put my laptop on the charger right away. because it is going to shut down.
Hello. Yes, we are here. We can see you, hear you, see your slide. We are currently on the types of ESP slide. Hello, Dr. Gaskill. We seem to have lost Dr. Gaskill, but let's wait for a couple of seconds for her return. I'm wondering if the conference organizers have got another means of communication with Dr. Gaskill.
Yes, I do. I guess she has just a technical problem, Dr. Catalin, with
Okay,
her battery. Okay, just a second, she will join us.
Okay, that's fine. Let's wait.
Dr. Catalin, Dr. Abir has just said that she will join us in a moment.
Okay, let's just wait for her then to come back.
All right.
Please, we can move on to the next participant.
Okay, so
we are still waiting for Dr. Gaskill to rejoin us, aren't we?
Yeah, we just wait 1 minute, Dr. Karim. If not, we will call Dr. Hannah.
Because we can't wait for participants to correct their problems with the network.
Okay, so Dr. Catalin, would you please call the next speaker, and then we'll go back to Dr. Gaskill, okay?
Yes, we are very, very sorry to have lost Dr. Gaskill, but we hope that she can finish her presentation when she regains connection. Our next speaker would have been Dr. Nadia Menezla, who
Dr. Catalin, no, Dr. Catalin, sorry. I have inboxed you. Dr. Hannah is going to present instead.
Yes, I was going to say exactly that. So I was going to say that according to the program, it's Dr. Nadia Menezla who was supposed to be with us today in the last slot of this session. Unfortunately, she's not able to be with us, but we are welcoming Dr. Hannah Berezug, who is going to speak about applying critical pedagogy in the teaching of English for economics in Algeria. So Dr. Berezug, please start your presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Kathleen, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Kathleen. I would like to say a very big thank you to Dr. Warnicki for allowing me to become immersed in the field of ESP. Thank you for the organizers of this very interesting event. So as it has already been indicated by Dr. Kathleen, my paper is entitled Applying Critical Pedagogy in Teaching English for Economics in Algerian Universities. So do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
You can, okay, thank you. Is it moving?
Yes, it is, it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kathleen. So, so this research is to check how we can apply critical pedagogy in the teaching of English for economics in Algerian universities. So let me first start with a very brief aperture on critical pedagogy. So this field has first, the concept has first been introduced by a Brazilian educator, Paulo Freire, in his Pedagogy of the Oppressed. And Freire wanted to replace, in fact, what he calls in his book, the banking model, with the problem-solving model. According to Freire, the banking model is in education is to fill the learner with much knowledge as we can, as if we are filling in a bank account. So the learner does absolutely nothing except receiving the knowledge that is given to him and forwarded to him by his teacher. The problem-solving model that is more interesting, in fact, is to initiate students and learners to critical thinking. And according to Freire, in this specific class where the problem-posing model is fostered, the teacher is very much like a learner, and they are learning together to solve problems so as to solve and remedy problems that relate to their societies. In the educational realm, in fact, many scholars have developed Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed and critical pedagogy in the educational realm, and the most notable scholars are Giroux, Luke, and McLaren. And these three scholars have developed critical pedagogy ideas and approaches into something that might be included in the classroom. For the three of them, critical pedagogy is a comprehensive sum of cooperative learning, consciousness raising among learners, establishing a nexus between educational setting and the broader community, and fostering critical thinking about injustice and inequalities that prevail around us. The critical pedagogy movement has also been heavily influenced by the views of philosopher John Dewey, who claimed in his Democracy and Education that education must be transformative. So the ideal classroom, according to him, should be a place where students can learn through trial and error the skills they need to participate in authentic, ethical, and democratic citizenship. So the main question that has been raised in my research is how can we adopt the tenets of this critical pedagogy in teaching ESP while focusing on the objectives of language teaching set out by the domain within which it is learned or taught, and in this case it is English for economics. Now, to investigate this issue, I selected the economics department for two reasons, because in fact it might be a double-edged sword task to improve communication skills and at the same time inspire social change through critical thinking. Now, I've chosen the MA1 class, where English for Economics is a 2-semester mandatory course for first-year master students. And this course, in fact, consists of 1.5 hours of class per week. And eventually, I think all Algerian universities, the department, economics department in Algerian universities do follow the same conditions. And to my sense, critical pedagogy is best suited and best applied among this cohort of the MA1 level, because they already have a background on economic theories, and they also have a good handle of basic skills. So to propose an ESP experience that avoids, as Paulo Freire suggests, teaching a canon of knowledge and focus on increasing students' understanding of the diversity of economic ideas, while at the same time developing their language abilities, critical thinking is more than necessary. And there must be a link between critical thinking and how we can strictly develop the students' communicative and terminological goals. Now, while this is not a paper on economics, let me briefly introduce the basics of economics as they are taught in this course by many teachers in the departments of economics. So the prevailing neoclassical theory is the one that is focused and emphasized, and it has the lion's share in the departments of economics. And this theory emphasizes the rationality concept that is responsible for most of economics rigor. However, there are a number of other economic theories known as heterodox theories, and among them we can cite behavioral economics, neuroeconomics, and these theories in fact call into question the restrictive, simplistic assumptions of the neoclassical theory. According to, just to clarify throughout with an example, according to rational choice theory, individuals employ logical calculations to make rational choices and attain outcomes that are compatible with their own personal goals. Behavioral economics suggests something completely different. For behavioral economists, they try to explain why individuals sometimes make irrational decisions and why and how their behavior does not always match the expectations of economic models from a psychological standpoint. So the challenge to implementing critical pedagogy in the teaching of ESP and eventually English for economics lies in the choice of textbooks, to my sense. Because if ESP is based on mainstream textbooks in economic theory, this will make the ESP class face the potential of creating a canon of knowledge that must be avoided in critical pedagogy. So to speak and to clarify how textbooks are of very high importance in implementing critical pedagogy, there has been a very interesting study led by Myers in his Textbooks and the Sociology, where he explores the paradox that economics textbooks are imparting a canon of knowledge, but worse at encouraging critical thinking. I quote here Myers, he says, because textbooks contain the codified knowledge of a field, the unproblematic basis for further work, they play a central role as repositories of what we hold to be true. We tend to think that a statement is in a textbook because it is a fact. So if ESP is based on mainstream textbook economic theories, this will surely deviate our intentional and first preliminary objective to implement critical pedagogy. Now, in order to implement this critical pedagogy, I suggest textbooks should be designed in terms of binary objectives, without forgetting that we are teachers who are going to develop student skills, the basic skills of speaking, writing, reading, and listening. We should also focus on other objectives that will help our society change eventually. So among the linguistic objectives I mentioned grammar injection, the vocabulary loading, fluency, and writing, but without also neglecting the non-linguistic objectives that would enhance critical thinking, analytical skills, and the problem-solving skills.
Apologies for the intervention, Dr. Berezuk. Your time is up, so we can give you maybe just one more minute to round your talk off.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kathleen. I'll go to the most important thing. So I give here some examples of non-linguistic skills activities. For example, we can open up two heterodox theories through challenge activities. We can make the understanding of behavioral economics throughout role play activities in proposing different situations to students. We can also work on empathy and listening throughout problem-solving skills. I suggest here a very interesting activity that I call tracking my decision capture sheet that would really enhance critical thinking among students, asking them to track their decisions, their economic decisions along 5 days, along a week, and mention the most influencing factors on their decision, and then they would also tell the class whether their decision is predicted by traditional economics or behavioral economics, and this would also enhance a class discussion. The class would end with a very interesting debate between students who might have different and at times even colliding ideas that would think critically about their decisions. Now, to conclude, sorry, the premise that ESP is a strategy that needs to be conceived depending on the demands and techniques of the field at hand is strengthened rather than contradicted. So to recapitulate, the whole issue lies in the choice of textbooks of English for economics that are most of the time emphasizing the canon of knowledge of the neoclassical theory of rationality, and most often neglect the heterodox theories that would enhance critical thinking. And thank you very much, Dr. Kathleen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Berezuk, for your very interesting talk. And I hope we are going to have some questions addressed to you later on. And now I would like to welcome back Dr. Gaskill, if she can be with us. Yes.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Gaskill.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So could you please pick up the thread where you left? And just a reminder, Dr. Gaskill is talking about an ESP master's program in Algeria.
Okay, I'm so sorry about the technical issue. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I would like to thank COVID-19 for coming and for leading us to have some online and Zoom meetings where the computer suddenly decides to die. Thank you. So I was talking about why do we need ESP? As I have said earlier, ESP is an approach to teaching, and it is an attitude of mind. ESP is actually concerned with turning learners into users. Hutchinson stated that ESP is an approach to language teaching in which all decisions as to content and method are based on the learner's reason of learning. So the types of ESP that I thought they are important to highlight are English as a restricted language, example, English of a pilot, English of a waiter. This kind of English is used for specific context, knowing that these types of English may not help to communicate effectively outside this specific context. However, we do have English for academic and occupational purposes, and here English for academic purposes like the English for medical studies, English for occupational purposes, example, English for technicians. And we also have English with specific topics, which is uniquely concerned with anticipated future English needs. Example, scientists requiring English for postgraduate studies or attending conferences. The characteristics of an ESP course, and according to Carter, he discusses 3 characteristics of an ESP course, starting by authentic material, like study material must be authentic, purpose-related orientation, and here orientation lessons must be according to the needs of the learners, and self-direction, where learners must have a degree of freedom to decide what, when, and how they will study. And the word specific in ESP refers to purpose for which learners learn language, not the nature of language. This is very important. And the restricted repertoire of words and expressions selected from the whole language. And as a brief conclusion, ESP, English for specific purposes, has emerged as a significant field in applied linguistics. It is mostly concerned with the learner's needs for a specific field of academics or occupation, and the restricted skills of words and expressions, purpose of learning the language are the areas to be considered in ESP. And thank you for your attention. And I do apologize again for the technical issue of my laptop.
Well, thank you very much. And no worries, such things happen.
Thank you.
So now that all our speakers in this session have had the opportunity to share their ideas with us, I would like to move on to questions. And the first question goes to Dr. Bouguebs. And the question is, do you think that digital literacy is the only missing skill in ESP teacher education?
Dr. Catalin?
Yes.
Well, Dr. Bouguebs has just left because, you know, in Algeria today we have the doctorate contest, but she has said that I can communicate her email and she will answer all the questions.
Okay, there are 2 questions. This was the first one, so I will send you the questions. Or do you want me to put them in the chat box later?
I'll put her email and you can directly ask the question directly to her.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, then let's see the question for Dr. Moulem. And the question for her is, in your opinion, what is a better approach in your context, ESP or CBI? Dr. Moulem, are you there?
Dr. Manel? Dr. Manel, can you hear us? Okay, Dr. Catalin, you can just move on to.
Okay, I'll move on. Yes, I'll move on to our next speaker, and that's Dr. Gaskill. And the question for you, Dr. Gaskill, is what are your views on transitioning from ESP to CBI in Algeria, given the fact that you were talking about establishing a master's in ESP?
Hello?
Hello?
Well, actually, nowadays, students are trying to keep up with what's happening in the whole world. They are digital students, as I have said earlier, and they are somehow very active, especially in social media platforms. This is why they are trying to develop their English skills in general, and they themselves are asking for the establishment of an ESP program that can help them develop their speaking and writing skills in English so that they can keep up with the whole world. In my faculty, for example, we're still lacking the ESP program to be established as a master one. We have a master in didactics and a master in linguistics, but the master of ESP is now really important to be established.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's certainly a very, very interesting context to be in with all these changes. And now the next question to Dr. Berezuk. The question is, what about the feasibility of a more yielding teaching of English to business English students in Algeria, since a greater number of them miss the efficient use of English, more adaptive and practical? That was in the chat.
Thank you, Dr. Kathleen. Thank you. So to answer this question, I guess, yeah, the initial objective of ESP is to teach basic skills. I agree with Professor P.R.F.U. But then for those students who are learning economics, I think it would be more agreeable and more pleasurable to incite them to learn English throughout the field of research they are undertaking. This will make would establish a crucial and very significant link between what they intend to learn and what they are already learning. So if we stress the use of or implementing and incorporating, including as many economic theories as diverse as possible, I think this would make them learn English more agreeably.
Dr. Kathleen, may I have the word, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hannah, for your answer. I do agree with you that beyond the teaching of skills of EGP, we are here confronted to still developing the skills, the 4 basic skills, but in the context of economics and management. But what I've been witnessing so far is that many teachers in the faculties of business and management, they focus on study of texts like comprehension questions, synonyms, antonyms, without any focus on the skills. Whereas we can teach through listening, developing listening, using an economic text, economics text, deal with vocabulary, developing a special content in their field through the teaching of skills. So here it starts to be really annoying for learners, business English students, who starts even themselves getting bored. But on the second hand is that we have students whose English is really poor to can reach this level of teaching also. So what would be, according to you, the ways that we can go through in order to solve this problem? Because it's really a problem.
Yeah, it is indeed. I agree. I can't agree more with you, Professor P.R.F.U. I think the real problem lies in that first, English is a minor module with a lower hourly volume in economic science departments. That's the first problem. And then the second problem that makes students as well as teachers approach English anemically is that students come to the English class already expecting to hear things they already know throughout the other modules, so they don't feel really interested in learning from the teacher of English as they do from the teacher of economics. That's the second problem. And then teachers are perhaps lulled into this state of indifference by standard teaching methods also. We must not, we should be frank about that. That is, teachers of English in the departments of I think start their classes with one objective, is that I'm a teacher of English and I'm going to teach the basic skills, and we do not focus on something that would make the class pleasurable and attainable to students. We should make the class something, or an hour and a half, that students would wait for impatiently. If we enhance critical thinking, they would sense that the teacher of English is as well versed as the teacher of economics. And he's going to introduce them to new theories, maybe to role play activities, asking them to criticize their classmates. I think this would enhance both critical thinking and basic skills. And we can do it in reverse. That is, we can enhance the basic skills, that is, make the students learn the English language throughout their learning of economics from a teacher of English. That's my own viewpoint.
Yes, still thank you, Dr. Hannah, for your answer.
You're welcome, Professor Brahal. It was a pleasure debating with you.
Thank you.
Dr. Katalin, can I add something, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much indeed. Well, I'd like just to add to what Professor Brahal and Dr. Hannah were discussing concerning how we should teach ESP. And I should mention that she was talking about bringing a text related to the student field of specialism. And I would like to precisely mention that these texts or materials that are provided to teach ESP are called the carrier content and are used to carry the real content, which is a particular language or linguistic point. And why students are not motivated to attend such classes, it's because teachers do not undertake any kind of supervision. In addition, they are just BA holders, usually, or MA holders who didn't have any kind of training, and unfortunately, they do not conduct the stone of ESP teaching, which is needs analysis. And all these factors led to ineffective ESP teaching. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with you, Dr. Wafa, because the majority of teachers in the specialism faculties are only part-time teachers and holders of BA. So no notion about ESP, about the outcomes they should reach by the end of their journey. It means that the practice in itself should be re-examined by the decision makers as far as ESP classes are concerned.
Thank you so much, Professor Brahal.
Thanks to you. You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or reflections on the debate or on any of the presentations that we have heard?
Dr. Katalin, I can see that Professor Brahal has put a question in the chat box.
Yes, I can't see the question. I'm just trying to
already answered, Dr. Wafa. It was the first question.
Okay.
Yes, already answered. Thank you.
Well, I addressed all the questions. I asked all the questions that were in the chat box. I'm just waiting for from the audience, whether there is any other question that anybody would like to ask, or any other comments or reflections they would like to make. if there isn't any, I would like to bring this session to a close and thank all the presenters for their very interesting talks. Also, thank you for all those who have asked questions and contributed to the debate. And I'd like to hand over to my colleague Milena Tanasiewicz to continue with the Bas-Turkmen session.
Yes, thank you very much, Kathleen. This is very productive and interesting. And now I would like to thank everybody for staying with us. Can you hear me, see me? Yes? Is everything okay?
Yes, we do.
Yes, thank you very much. So we go on with the sessions, and now this is the second one, the Bas-Turkmen session. So I would invite our first speaker. This is Dr. Asiya Baghdadi. So if you can prepare, please, and we'll hear a talk about issues surrounding course design in ESP, approaches, principles, and steps.
Ms. Milena,
yes?
Dr. Wafa Zaghar will present instead.
Okay, so,
thank you.
Okay, so this will be the first session of Zaghar. Okay, okay, so this was a last minute change. So yes, I welcome you, please, Dr. Nafa.
It's okay.
If you can hear us. And in the meantime, while our speaker prepares to share the screen, I would invite everybody to post questions in the chat box, and I will try to catch them all in order to have them answered at the end. Yes, we can see the slides. Thank you very much, Dr. Asghar. So ESP in Algerian academic settings. Okay. So I'll be following the questions and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this international virtual conference. Well, I'm Dr. Zaghar Elalia Wafa, Associate Professor at the University of Oran, too. I'm very pleased to give this presentation in title.
Sorry, Dr. Wafa, sorry to interrupt you. We can't hear you well.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, but not clearly enough. So if you could just speak closer to the microphone or increase the volume.
Is it all right now?
A little bit better, a little bit better.
Okay. My presentation is entitled ESP in Algerian Academic Settings, Bridging the Gap Between Theory and Practice. Very first, let's have a quick overview on our plan. At the beginning, I will introduce the topic, then accentuate its leading objectives. After that, I will demonstrate the formulated problematics followed by the hypothesis. Next, I will handle the methodology utilized, and the coming stage is to discuss the major results. The penultimate element is to offer some solutions. Last, a brief recap is presented. We all know that in our increasingly developed and interconnected world, where human communication, business deals, and intercultural exchanges have reached unprecedented levels, and where the demand for learning specific English to fulfill these needs has become a must, there is a tremendous increase of huge masses of people interested in furthering ESP courses. In the Algerian context, it is used to aid learners boost their linguistic and professional capabilities. However, ESP instruction seems to be hampered by some lacks. For this purpose, this research intends to propose some possible solutions. Now we move to the objectives of this study. Well, as far as the aims are concerned, through this study, we seek to first shed light on the learner's opinions on ESP courses. The second element is to discover the key problems faced by teachers and learners. And the third point is to suggest a successful teaching scheme. afterwards, we move to the research questions. Okay, regarding our problematics, it targets basically two main research questions. The first one, we want to display the problems encountered by ESP students in most Algerian university departments. And for the second research question, the aim is to provide a suggestion on the improvement of the current teaching situation of ESP. As for the hypotheses are concerned, first, we hypothesize that most faced issues have to do with the content of the syllabi. Second, we think that a solid needs analysis that gives priority to the learner's specific demands and the one that exposes them nearer to the workplace performance is seen as a leading tool to assist students in bolstering their skills and capacities. As far as the methodology is concerned, well, speaking about the different instruments utilized in this research, and in order to collect useful data, a questionnaire was addressed to the students and teachers, and an interview was conducted with ESP teachers. All right, so our research in general is a mixed method one, that is to say it entails both quantitative and qualitative methods. For the target population, our participants include 165 graduate students from the University of Oran, okay, department here, if we want to specify, we tackled the Department of English for Business and Economics, and 79 graduate students from the University of Oran 1. Basically, we have two different departments, Department of English for Science and Technology and the Department of English for Social Sciences. All right, now let's move to the interpretation of interpretation of the results. Starting first by the interpretation of the teacher's questionnaire. Well, here you have 5 different broad headings, and the discussion falls into these broad headings. The obtained results show first that the teachers, we speak first about the shortage of ESP teachers. Why? Because here, the teachers who ensure their courses in different departments, they stated that the necessity to recruit other ESP teachers so that they will have less work overload. For the second heading, we have the quest for ongoing professional development. Why? Because here we want to help, the teachers want to have the learners' needs and have the learners fulfill their expectations. ESP teachers are required to keep updated with the latest developments in the field of ESP. The third heading, we have class attendance. Why? Since attendance in ESP classes is not most of the time compulsory, so it is noticed that teachers record some absences which may lead to negative consequences on the learner's acquisition and academic achievements. So it is highly appreciated to compel students to attend their classes. The next heading is relevant syllabi. Why? Because teachers believe that a well-designed ESP syllabus is considered as a very useful instrument that offers the vital information needed by the learners and helps teachers reach their objectives and provide an effective teacher-learning experience. The last heading is adequate teaching materials. Why? Because selecting appropriate teaching materials is a fundamental component to be considered in ESP instruction because of its multiple merits including it encourages the learner's motivation, and it fosters discussion and critical thinking. Now, regarding the interpretation of the student's questionnaire, we have also three different headings. The first one, we can speak about positive attitudes towards ESP courses. And in here, 99% of the participants have a positive attitude towards this teaching, which is ESP teaching. The second heading, which is complaints about the current syllabus content, here the students claim about two main factors. The first one is the time allotted to the course, and here 93.5% agree that the current allotted time is not sufficient. And the second problem is the current syllabus content. And they say, or they claim, that 95% they claim that their courses do not help them meet their real needs, be they academic or vocational. For the last one, they have a demand for workable or very suitable teaching materials. And in this case, 97% of the students state that the courses are not supported by relevant teaching aids. They explained that the courses deal mainly with theory. Now we move to the analysis of the teacher's interview. Okay, we can speak about two diverse headings. The first one, quality ESP teaching. Why? Because teachers insisted on providing ESP learners with a teaching that focuses on developing their language skills so that they will be able to adapt to real life situations. And for the second one, increase of ESP coefficients, this suggestion seems to urge learners focus more on their ESP courses and keep them as priority. Now, what are our suggestions? As possible recommendations, we do propose first, collaboration between teachers. It is highly recommended that ESP teachers cooperate together in order to exchange their views about their classroom practices, reinforce their knowledge, and offer their students a better learning experience. The second recommendation is keeping in the loop, which means ESP teachers have to be continuously informed about what is happening in the world of ESP, as well as in the target specialties. The last one, which is conducting a solid needs analysis, and it is seen as a cornerstone, okay? Why? Because this will help teachers better identify the lacks, stress the fundamental needs, and design the appropriate courses. Finally, we move to, as concluding remarks or concluding reflections. To sum up, as teachers and researchers, the entire university community is immensely recommended to take part in the process of bettering the current status of ESP and therefore equipping our students for the journey towards their future career. Thanks a bundle for your great attention. And I would like also to thank Dr. Warnicki for allowing us to take part in this scientific event. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Zafar, for the presentation. I would like to invite the audience to post questions. If there are some questions for our speaker, please put them in the chat box, and we will address all the questions at the end of the session. And now we will move on with the program, and the next speaker, as far as I can tell in the program, this is Dr. Asia Baghdadi. So if I'm correct, please, can you prepare if our speaker...
Miss Melina.
Yes, yes, I'm listening. Yes,
Okay,
has there been a further
Dr.
changes?
Baghdadi is busy today with the doctoral contest again here in Algeria, so she can be replaced by the common speaker. Otherwise, we call someone else. Okay, thank you.
Okay, for sure. Yes, just move on with the program then. Who is next?
Okay, Dr. Khaniwi Najat.
Okay, but I think that
she here?
That she wasn't here initially.
Yeah, good morning. I'm here actually.
Oh, you're here. Okay.
I'm waiting for the call.
Okay. So please welcome. You can prepare your slides to be shared.
Please, I saw that your name is Manal. Is it
yes, that's a different name,
or she's someone else?
Dr. Najat, can you hear us?
Yeah, I do.
So the name is actually different, and your registration.
So Manal, would you please, change your name and put it with your
on Zoom?
one?
Okay, now it is okay.
Presentation.
Yes, we can see your presentation. It is not in full screen, but we can see it, and we can hear you.
I cannot see it on mine.
Oh, okay. We see your slides. At this point, we see your slides. And now we can see that you're sharing the screen. I mean, I see the sign in the participants list. Yes, now it's fine. Yes, now it's fine. You can speak. So for the audience, if you have any questions, put them in the chat box and we will discuss them at the end. Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for being in here and sharing in your expertise with us. First of all, I'd like to thank the conference chair for this opportunity and for bringing us together, and congratulate her actually for the great choice of the theme, which I find extremely important. So again, welcome everyone to my presentation entitled Developing a Core Support System for an EST Course. The presentation is made up of 4 parts: a background and need for the study, aims and hypothesis, design and methodology, key findings, and major recommendations. So quickly on the background, I'll drive you through my 8 years experience as an English for Science and Technology teacher, through which I have seen my own share of trials and tribulations. So all of a sudden, I moved from being a linguistics teacher at an English department to being an English for Science and Technology teacher at an engineering school. So actually, I was overwhelmed with how can I work with these students and with which materials do I have to work. So it was quite a challenge for me to find out the right materials to work with. I went to research to find out some solutions, but there wasn't that much. So it was the case until I moved to being a teacher, to my new role as a teacher coordinator, where I had the chance to collaborate with my team to create and develop our materials. So among the other challenges that we have faced, in addition to the scarcity, of course, of the EST materials and ESP in general, there was a need, a growing need, to teach the language skills through subject-specific content, which we as English as a foreign language teachers were not acquainted with, and in most cases lack. So these EST students, besides their need to develop the language skills, they needed also to regularly develop varied abilities and take up unprecedented work options in order to survive the rapidly changing demands of the 21st labor market. So there was actually a growing need for an educational environment capable of addressing the increasing multiplicity of knowledge and literacy that these students need, especially as the focus on content-based instruction grows higher. So we actually needed to focus on choosing an appropriate ESC textbook as the mainstay of any language course, in which case we have opted for Technical English by Celia Bingham. However, such a type of textbooks that are universal based need to be adapted to be accessed to by our students. We have seen that call, that is computer-assisted language learning or digital materials, were the right solution to these exigent situations and a means to meet global standards and changing educational needs. So it was a way to enrich the textbook and make it accessible to the needs, wishes, character of our students. So we aimed first to encourage the teachers we work with to embrace diversity and differentiated pedagogical practices through differentiating the types of materials that we are working with, renewing the vision about computer-assisted language learning and digital materials in particular, and refurbishing their materials development skills and competencies, and trying to create a computer-assisted language learning experience that can address the different educational challenges we are facing in our context, and at the same time respond to the needs, wishes, interests, and character of our students. So we hypothesized that if we teachers engage in the collective creation and use of core materials, that is to enrich our textbook or to enrich our course, we will improve our core knowledge, that is computer-assisted language knowledge, and materials development skills, and unclog our professional development. To arrive to our aims, we have been through an exploratory action research process, which is basically made up of 3 phases: exploration, action, and then research. So at the first phase, exploration, we have used questionnaires and interviews to find out how do the teachers feel or see computer-assisted language learning and digital materials, which skills they have in their production or in their development, and whether or not they are willing to do so. The exploratory study has shown us that the teachers hold a positive stance towards such a type of materials, and of course for their language classes. And they have shown some positive signs that designate their willingness to use and or develop core materials if circumstances are favorable, that is having the right technical infrastructure, the right support from experts, among others. The teachers have also reported having skills in finding, sharing, and using authentic materials, but they were not that competent in the development of such materials. The second step, that is action step, the results that we have gained at this phase helped us in the second phase, that is action, where we have generated an action plan for the development of the call project, as we call it, or for the development of the digital or call materials. So at this step, we have decided to collaborate with content teachers to make up for the lack of content knowledge that we have, to collaborate with an e-learning specialist to help us learn the technical issues that we don't know. We have opted for the learning management system that we already have at the school where we are working, which is Camilo. We have then also tried and find out what each participant can have or has as skills and knowledge to help us in the development process. And later on, we have generated a plan for the core materials development. In the third phase, the implementation, we have implemented the generated the plan where we have designed and used the digital materials using Camilo creation tools and other authoring tools such as Hot Potatoes. We have decided on the pedagogical design of the materials, and then we have generated the materials and used them. The core support system that we came out was actually allows both the teachers and the students to collaborate to this panel so that everyone can post his materials and can have feedback on the utility and use of the generated materials immediately. The last phase was the reflection phase, where we, through reflection logs, we have tried to elicit the participants' perceptions of the implementation and their overall teaching learning experience. As for the findings, the teachers found out that the employment of their e-literacy strengths in the core project had a positive impact on their perception of EST as a course and gave a new sense to the whole teaching learning process. They have witnessed improvements in their ability to analyze, select, and evaluate existing teaching materials and learn to develop authentic new ones. They have also developed their technical skills and overall core knowledge. The participants particularly praised the collective contribution to materials development, saying that it has invigorated the process. The teachers has also found out that interdisciplinary collaboration with the content teachers and the e-learning experts, who was also a teacher with us, contributed or interceded the creation of significant EST materials in a way. So actually focus group discussion served as action learning conversations through which or through a process of ongoing reflection and learning with the support of participant peers aiming to take action to improve practice. So action research in such a case, or in this research, was both a teaching and learning process that guided the digital enrichment or the development of this core support system. So the findings further reported how the English teachers, the content teachers, and the technical teacher designed the materials collaboratively and learned from each other and have backed each other's back, so that each one has had the other new things or the things that he already lacked. So as for the implications, this study offers insights into core materials development. Teacher agency provides a positive picture for teacher agency and technology integration, encourage interdisciplinary collaboration and collegial mentorship, provide insights onto teacher professional development through exploratory action research, as well as provides a picture or let us say can be taken to teacher training and education. So as a major recommendation for the course, this study actually has shown that instead of studying the reasons behind the absence of technology in general and computer assisted language learning or digital materials in ESP classes in general and EST in particular, finding ways to integrate and to develop these tools is no longer a privilege, it is a must. It has also shown that computer-assisted language learning or technology in general is a purely instrumental tool that is only useful if tailored to our own context and needs. It has also shown that instead of rushing to learn new tech tools or to cope up with the ever-changing tech tools, the best technology would be the one we know, understand, and are capable of using. So we just need to look in our context, what do we have, where do we want to go, and I guess we can reach our pedagogical objectives even better if we focus more on how far we can go with whatever technologies we have at our hands than when rushing to learn new or to cope up with the ever-changing educational technological, of course, tools. So
sorry for the interruption, but I'll just have to tell you that the 10 minutes is up, so we could give you like a minute or two to wrap up your talk, if you don't mind.
So, just as a final word, in spite of the time and effort that we have invested, but we have learned a lot along the process. So I wanted to say that venturing to learn new things it constitutes actually the basis of what we do as teachers, that is teach and learn. So I guess that would be my final word. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
And welcome for.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It was very insightful. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions for our speaker, please post them in the chat. We will discuss them at the end of the session. And now for our program, our next speaker should be Dr. Sukia. If you're here, Dr. Sukia Buklifa. If she is here, I'm not sure what is happening, but apparently there is another event. Mafa, do you have any idea what is happening with?
Yeah, they are invigilating the doctorate contest in Algeria.
Yes, I'm aware.
So Dr.
She emailed
Sarila,
you.
Are you here? Okay, Ms. Milina, you can just move on to the next speaker, then we can come back, okay?
Okay, so from my list, we have Dr. Haj. Let me check. Who is next? Khadiju. That would be the fourth name. Yes, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
So you will be discussing learning needs in the workplace, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can start sharing your screen, please.
So I haven't prepared a
you don't have slides. Okay, so you can just continue with your presentation.
No, I was taken with another work. I suppose that I will contribute with this. So it's too late in order to get. So I don't have the slide share, so I'm going to tackle it in my way. Okay?
Okay, sure. And I also invite questions for this speaker in the chat box. Okay, so you can speak now, address the topic.
So it's a great pleasure to be with you today in today's conference, ESP teaching, our ESP teaching today. So I want to thank first and foremost Mrs. or Dr. P.R.F.U for having us as part of the present conference. And I want to thank all those who have presented their work until now. It was so interesting, so beneficial for us in this vast world of English for specific purposes. So my contribution is entitled First I'm Khadija Hajjalul, a permanent teacher at the University Dr. Tahir Moulay. My contribution title is Learning Needs in the Workplace, some techniques based on the communicative English teaching input for banking and hotel receptionists. So basically, English for specific purposes has passed and trespassed several phases of development from its early beginning as an approach to meet employees, or we can say learners as a whole, needs. Actually, banking and hotel management are among the various fields where English is highly needed. But we should notice that there is a relatively limited body of research about employees' needs in the Algerian context. This is besides most of the research is conducted stress much more and focused in particular on the formal aspect of the language in the academic field and neglected the needs of the occupational setting. Therefore, the first objective of the contribution is to address the occupational setting by presenting some previous cases studies related in different countries. And to this end, the work in hand is grounded on the fact on the major perceptions of the banking and hotel receptionists on their need to English, their most common communication problems when using English, their learning needs, and as a result, and automatically, what should be suggested and recommended in order to skip the existing deficiencies. So at first, mention should be made on the earlier studies. I don't say that I'm going to present all, but just a selection of the major ones. So the first work was undertaken and investigated by the researcher Jesu Aguilar in 1999, who carries his research question to see the perspectives of the maids and to identify whether they perceive the task and the language needed to perform their job effectively. Actually, this work showed a discrepancy between the needs and the perspectives, the needs of the maids and what was seen and perceived from their supervisors. Okay, the work urged the value of using multiple sources and methods for identifying and conducting needs analysis. The second work of Al-Khatib in 2005, who conducts a study to see the use of English language of tourism and banking professionals in Jordan by shedding light on their attitudes towards this language and its use in the workplace. Among the main results and what was found in hotels, those receptionists inside hotels needed and do prefer to get much more information about the language, and they wanted also to improve their listening skills and to sharpen the speaking skills. Those for the inside or in the other context of banks, they wanted that they need the language and they needed more courses sponsored by their administration to enhance employees' ability to use English with others fluently. The third work here from an Algerian author and researcher, Regig in 2012, who investigates the English language communicative needs of the front office staff graduating from the training centers. The results indicate that the clients the foreign clients at the front line reception desk they were satisfied with the service quality of these users of the language, but there was a certain gap between their satisfaction and what was expected and perceived from them as to the communication skills performance. They need that they saw that these performers of the language or users of the language are a little bit weak once using the 4 skills. The last but not least work of Mohammed Zada Berati and Ali Fatmi in 2015 both investigate a work to understand to what extent employees of the bank, of one bank in Iran, need to use English, and also to find out what problems in using this language. The employees assured that they needed and they have problems with all skills, all 4 skills. The work concludes that the bank should provide English language training courses and the usual English language instruction is highly necessary to do the job effectively. This is besides my work as a doctorate thesis. I've tackled and I've measured this need and use in detail. So these are not all the works tackled in these 2 research contexts, but just for the time constraint. So therefore, banking and hospitality industry professionals, as the above experiences indicate, are among the group with the demands for ESP. Based on these results, the researcher presents some implications. By the way, even for the technical usage of English is of a high need. I'm talking about the workers inside the IT department. So they need much more the provision of electronic databases and so on. So based on these research results, I can suggest some implications that may contribute to the teaching for English for banking and hotel receptionists. Among these implications, and at the first place, there was the identification, there should be the identification and of needs, communicative needs analysis prior to conducting the program. Once needs analysis is conducted, the training program can be developed to cater for the specific needs of the employees at the appropriate language level, skill, content, and environment. That these receptionists or employees as a whole should be exposed to English native speakers or non-speakers by providing training cycles abroad. In case the training happens inside Algeria or the other countries, so a syllabus should be designed for ESP courses and should be focused on the communicative skills. Moreover, administration and workplace managers should be aware of the learners' needs and should provide them with the necessary materials to assist them in their learning or training process. To conclude, I may say that effective communication at the workplace is the target of ESP courses, for it has an impact on business service quality. These courses should start and should be based on needs analysis to determine the final objectives of the learning process.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but the 10 minutes are up, so we can give you one more minute or so.
Just 1 minute, Professor, just 1 minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
No problem.
All in all, carefully identified needs and appropriate teaching materials will produce not only satisfied learners, but also plenty of professional fulfillments in their future career at work. And thank you so much for your patient and precious attention, dear audience.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I also, once again, use this opportunity to actually invite you to post questions. And as per the program, I was informed by the organizers that Dr. Suklia Buklifa is here with us now and would present during this session if possible. Wafa, are you here? Do we have our speaker?
Yeah, I am here. Dr.
Okay.
Zulika. Dr. Suhila, sorry. Dr. Suhila, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. So if you
Yes,
would like
good
to
morning.
share your slides, if you have slides.
Yeah, I have a slide. Is it a training or I'm going to present directly?
To present directly. You are in a D-Day, Suhila. Present directly.
I would also like to use this opportunity to really invite the audience for more questions. We have one question for our speaker, but please feel free to post questions. And I'm not sure what's happening. Do we have our speaker, Wafa?
Okay, Melina, you can proceed with the debate and Dr. Suhila will present in the coming session. I prefer so.
In the coming session. Oh, okay. So basically, I would like to ask a question. There was one question in the chat box for Dr. Najad. I copied it in my document. So if you can hear me, what are the main challenges you encounter whenever you teach EST?
Okay, hi again.
Yes.
Okay, there are a lot of challenges actually. As I said, first of all, having to teach content has been a major problem to us. We couldn't understand some of the scientific and the technical, let's just say, operations, notions, at times theory. So we, more often than not, we needed to get in touch with the content teachers to understand what's behind such, so that we will be able to teach it to our students. So this is one problem. Having the students get them actually their interest in the EST course was also a major problem that we have faced, especially that these students, when I first came to the school, these students used to have English as a general language course, so they didn't have EST. So the change was radical in a way that they found the course boring, non-interesting, subsidiary. So having them or showing them how does English relate to their subject matter and to their real life has also been a challenge to us. So we needed to find a way to project the utility of English, both in their lives, in their studies, and according to the content that they are studying. Other challenges is convincing the teachers I work with to collaborate in the project was also another problem. Finding the right, the scarcity of the materials was a huge problem to us, especially when we started the course. So finding the right textbooks to work with, the right teaching materials, and making these, of course, accessible, especially that some of, we have opted for technical English of Celia Bygam. Yes, but in more often than not, students, especially when it comes to some operations, some of the let us say not tools, but some of the notions that have been mentioned in the textbook were unfamiliar to our students. So we needed to adapt the content and to use it at times even to change the content of the textbook to and adapt it to our students. So there were actually a lot of challenges that we needed to face and to overcome. Other questions?
Thank you very much. Yes, I fully understand. There are many challenges when you start from scratch. I understand that.
Yes,
So
yes.
I would like to thank everybody for attending this session. And I think that at this point, we have completed it. Well, am I right? So now we move on to the next question. Is that what comes next?
Yeah, many thanks,
Okay.
Milena, for moderating
Thank you
the
very,
session
very
and for
much.
your amazing presentation. And thank you so much for accepting the invitation. And we are very
Thank you very much for
delighted, Rani.
inviting me. I will be here throughout the afternoon, so I'll be listening to the talks.
Okay, thank you so much. Would you please
Thank you.
invite the following moderator?
That's Agnieszka, my colleague.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Milena. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. All right then. So welcome everyone to our next session. It's my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Mrs. Amel Zain, who's going to discuss pedagogical qualifications in teaching English for specific purposes. Okay, sorry if I mispronounced your name. I did my best. Okay, so are you with us?
Mrs. Amel.
Mrs. Amel?
She's not among us. If we can move to the second one.
Okay. Just a second. Normally she is here. Amel, can you hear us?
Okay, so maybe we'll come back to Amel.
Okay, she is absent on the list of the participants, so we can move on.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, so do we have Dr. Hannah Berezu with us, please? Dr. Hannah?
Hannah has just presented. Please move on to the following speaker.
Okay, so we have
this is in the previous session. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So we have Dr. Mokhtaria Keraz. Okay, Dr. Mokhtaria,
Yes,
are you
I'm
with us?
here.
Yeah, wonderful.
Can you hear
Okay.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Okay, so Dr. Mokhtaria is going to discuss needs assessment, the cornerstones of an effective ESP teaching, the case of computer science master students at Dr. Moulay Taha University, Algeria. Okay, so
I try just to share my presentation.
Okay, we can't see it, not yet.
And now, is it okay?
I think it's coming. Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
It's
So
not in the presenter mode, but we can see the slides.
You can see. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Wafa Wakini and all the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to take part in this conference. First of all, my talk is entitled, as you can see, Needs Assessment, the Cornerstone of an Effective ESP Teaching, the case of computer science master students at Dr. Moulay Taha University in Saida, Algeria. Okay, my talk is, yes. Now my study is divided into 3 parts. So we have theoretical parts which will deal with the definition of needs analysis, the models and the different models that have been stated by scholars. The second part is practical side. I have selected for the practical part second year master students in the Department of Computer Science as a case study. And of course, I will end with some suggestion and the recommendation, hoping that they will be fruitful. Okay, so as we all know that ESP, which has at last grounded itself as an approach in the land of teaching and learning and has gained more attention from researchers, is still facing some challenges, among which needs analysis take the lion's share. needs analysis, which represent the launching step in designing any ESP course and ESP syllabus, are the core point of my talk. Okay, now different definitions by various scholars have been stated for needs analysis, yet they all have agreed on that the term needs means what learners or workers need to learn in order to perform a specific task appropriately and effectively, either in an academic setting or an occupational setting. Okay. Now for the research questions. Sorry, before I have we have here the models of needs analysis. As you can see that many scholars have suggested different models. Okay, we have here this CNP, we have the communication, okay, needs processor, which was suggested by Mambi in 1978. We have the deficiency analysis, the learning analysis, needs analysis, means analysis, and pedagogic needs analysis. Now, for the models, though there have been different models, they all focus on just the basic elements in ESP, which is the learner, because as we know that ESP is a learner centered. So their target was the learner, the setting, I mean the environment where he is learning, the specialty he is learning, and the learning styles, etc. For the present study, 3 research questions have been stated. We have first, we wonder whether the ESP teacher has enough knowledge about how to conduct needs analysis, and it is serious, okay? It is a serious point in this study. Second, do the students know their needs, or it is just a matter of filling a paper given by their teacher? And third, can the teacher balance between students' needs and their language proficiency? In accordance with the research questions, we have the following hypotheses that have been suggested. So first, if the ESP teacher is well knowledgeable in the field that he is teaching, then he may be able to conduct needs analysis successfully. And second, the students in the present study are master students. It means that they have already spent 2 years, okay, in licence, learning computer science. Then they should have an idea about needs analysis and about what they need exactly in English. And third, if the teacher can identify students' needs and their discipline requirements, then he can reconcile between the students and their needs. For the sampling, so there have been students from 3 specialties. Here I have, I need to say that they are master, first year master, okay? So we have 34 students in Microsoft, specialized in Microsoft, 36 students in security, 37 students in network, and their teacher of English who is specialized ESP, okay? Now for the instruments, first a questionnaire was addressed to the master students. Second, an interview was conducted with their ESP teacher. And third, there was a class observation. Now for the questionnaire results, look here, I want to focus on the difficulties that the students are facing. There, of course, there are some positive points, but I want just to focus on the difficulties, okay, which are shortcomings of teaching ESP. So first, we have students themselves are not aware about their English needs. And here we have to just underline this, okay, they don't know what they feel, okay, they don't know what they need. So here we have just to tackle this point for further studies, okay. Second, 1 hour and a half per week, it means one course per week is not enough for them to improve their competencies. Third, they require more practice in speaking and writing skills. Why? Because master students have the intention to have or to get a scholarship and go abroad. And they know that the speaking and the writing skills are crucial for them. Next, they prefer face-to-face courses because they think that online teaching hinder against their motivation. Next, they require the use of translation when learning terminology because you know that computer science is rich of terminology and there are some terms that are difficult to understand and to remember. Next, they'd like to submit their dissertation in English. Unfortunately, in this case, the administration does not allow for the students to submit their dissertation in English because the teachers of computer science are not well competent to debate with the students. For the interview results, the interviewee, who is the ESP teacher, said that he conducts needs analysis with students. The interviewee collaborates with the other teachers in the specialty of computer science so that you select the needed material, the needed content. Next, the interviewer designs the course according to student selects. So you see that the teacher did not design the course according to their needs because he is, in this case, he is more knowledgeable about what they need more than the students. The interviewee focuses more on reading and writing, but students want more practice in speaking skill. The interviewee requires teacher training to update her teaching competencies. For the class observation, it was observed that students were satisfied with the course content, good interaction between the teacher and students, of course, not all students, but some students, good motivation of some students. Among the students, there were aged people who faced difficulties in responding. These are the students who are students and workers, okay, and who wants just to carry on their studies. All the students were writing down the course, and here we see let's say that the teacher encouraged them to practice the writing skill. Some students went to the board to correct the task. It means that some students are good in speaking, okay, so when they correct it, of course, they will explain. For suggestions and the recommendations, so we have some suggestions. First, the Ministry of Higher Education ought to provide ESP teachers with training program related to their field of expertise. Why I say here related field? Because some specialties require some skills like speaking and writing, for example, for the hotel receptionist, and there are some other fields which require more focus on writing, like writing and listening, like computer science. Okay. Collaboration between ESP teachers from different universities is required, and even within the university, organizing seminar workshops on how to conduct needs analysis and encourage ESP teachers to exchange their experiences with foreign ESP teachers through international conferences. Now, just to conclude, so last but not least, it is true that ESP has encountered various ups and downs. ESP is then in a continuous change. Yet some aspects remain as basis, such as needs analysis, with which no syllabus design nor course design can be done. Therefore, it's high time ESP teachers took needs analysis into consideration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mokhtaria. Thank you for sharing your context with us and discussing your research finding, which I'm sure will be useful to all ESP practitioners. Okay, so just a short reminder that you are more than welcome to put your questions for all the participants using the chat box. So please type them in the chat box. And we are going to move on to our next presentation. So Do we have Mrs. Amel this time? Are you here with us, Amel? Oh,
Yes, she has got some technical problems, so
Okay.
we can move on to the next speaker.
Okay, so in that case, we are going to move on to our next speaker. That's Dr. Badra Hamidi. Dr. Badra, are you here with us?
Yes, I am here. Are you
Okay,
hearing me?
wonderful. Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Okay,
Dr.
just-
Agnieszka, I guess Mrs. Amel has joined us.
Okay, so shall we ask Mrs. Amel then? I'm not sure what you would like me to do.
Yeah, Mrs. Amel.
Okay, Mrs. Amel Zain, can you hear us?
Okay, let's proceed with Dr. Badra, then we will come back to her.
Okay, so Dr. Badra and her presentation, Teaching ESP in a Digital Classroom Between Reality and Expectations. Okay, so Dr. Badra.
So is my presentation shared?
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you very well. We can't see your slides though.
Is my presentation shared on your screens? Not yet?
I can't see it, no.
Okay, just 1 minute.
I think it's coming.
Now? What about now?
Yes, we can see the slides now. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you're doing all great. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee of the conference, and many thanks to Dr. Wafa Warneki for her outstanding efforts and for bringing us all together. My presentation is entitled Teaching ESP in a Digital Classroom Between Reality and Expectations. And it's outlined as follows. So, introduction, the purpose of the presentation, why digital literacy, technology and ESP today, the challenges of the ESP teacher in a digital classroom, the role of the ESP teacher in digital classroom, and conclusion. But before starting the introduction, I would like to shed some light on this quotation said by Ray Clifford. Computers will not replace teachers. However, teachers who use computers will replace those who don't. Personally, I totally agree with him as far as this saying is concerned, because this proves that the mastery of ICT tools and digital devices is more than a necessity for both teachers and learners of English in general, and for ESP practitioners in particular, taking into account that ESP by definition concentrates on specific language needs. And I think that one of the important things among these specific needs is the integration of digital devices into learning and the teaching processes. So the field of language for specific purposes in general and English for specific purposes in particular has not remained unaffected by all the shifts in language teaching and learning since the appearance of ICTs, which means the new information and communication technologies. The need to integrate technologies in ESP classroom is more intense nowadays, as students need to be in the learning, need to be engaged, fully engaged in the learning process and build their image as global citizens. The classroom itself is no longer considered as the primary learning space, nor shouldn't be the more formal setting as it was previously. Of course, this is because of the dramatical change that have been arise during the introduction of ICTs. The rationale of the presentation is a threefold. First one, to shed light on the challenges that ESP practitioners face in their teaching practice and the value of using technology inside and outside classroom. Then to highlight ESP practitioners' need for more ESP teacher education opportunities, especially as far as integration of digital literacy is concerned. And then to suggest ways that could potentially help ESP practitioners incorporate ICTs and internet applications adequately and successfully in their practices and classrooms. Why digital literacy and what does it stand for? So digital literacy, digital literacy simply because I believe that universities have a direct responsibility to prepare students for employment. And in the 21st century, this preparation needs to include digital literacy and competencies in order to avoid this kind of collision or mismatch between the academic training that our learners, our ESP learners are experiencing in our institutions and universities on the one hand, and the labor market demands on the other hand. Digital literacy is defined as the ability to use information and communication technologies to find, evaluate, communicate, and search for information using both cognitive and technical skills. And it can be also defined as having some kind of skills that we need to live, learn, and work in a society where communication is increasingly through digital technologies. So simply, we can say also that the term digital learning environments include the full range of technological tools, resources used to support the learning process. So as far as the question of why digital literacy is concerned, simply because of many things, I've tried to summarize these into 3 steps. First of all, because digital learning can increase flexibility of access and eliminate geographical barriers. Secondly, because it improves convenience of use and the effectiveness of collaborative learning in language classes. The third one, it prepares students to be able to communicate successfully in the international labor market. So then I have tried to shed some light on a definition of a person who is digitally illiterate. So a person who is digitally illiterate is who possesses the variety of skills, technical and cognitive, required to find, understand, evaluate, create, and communicate digital information in a wide variety of formats using a wide variety of technological tools. And he's also a person who is able to use diverse technologies appropriately and effectively to retrieve information, interpret results, and judge the quality of that information, understands the relationship between technology, lifelong learning, and personal experiences. And he's also a person who uses these skills and the appropriate technology to communicate and collaborate with peers, colleagues, family, and on occasion, the general public, and so on. Technology and ESP today's learner is constantly connected via a number of different digital devices. So opening a window to the world and exposing the learners to real life language use in their discipline is becoming more than a necessity. The formality of the classroom is transformed by the development of digital content, as I have said earlier, right at the beginning of the introduction of the ICTs. Technology has been utilized in ESP instruction since the introduction of the computer technologies in classroom throughout the development of the internet and the World Wide Web. The challenges of the ESP teacher in the digital classroom. Not all students coming to our classes are digital natives, and they all have more or less consistent technological experiences. So this can be a real barrier for the teacher when trying to design his lesson. These students are believed to have advanced knowledge and understanding of technology, but this can't be true to a long extent. So we have this kind of learners' individual differences and learning styles. Choosing a technological tool for learning should be with a specific purpose in mind. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time and effort. Of course, it should be planned carefully in order to be successful. The lack of digital literacy among educators themselves sometimes is a real problem. So we can't help our learners be digitally literate if we ourselves as teachers lack these skills. The choice of the most suitable, the ESP program depends on so many features, and then the development of effective digital environment is not a simple task, of course. The role of the ESP teacher in the digital classroom. So to use
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Badra. You have 2 minutes left, okay?
Okay, I'm going to move very quickly. The role of the ESP teacher in the digital classroom: to use technology skillfully and creatively to solve problems and meet the needs of that arise in various learning contexts, increase students' engagement and enhance their motivation for learning, to promote learners' immersion in the target language for creating opportunities with meaningful and authentic interaction, create relevant context through vital, practical, emotional, and social connections. And the most important one among all these roles, I think that it is bringing the word into the classroom and taking students out into the world, which means that 21st century content should be delivered and taught in a 21st century context. So contextualization, is a key component here, or a key issue here. Create opportunities for students to interact with each other in authentic learning situations. So successful integration of digital literacy in ESP classes requires practical answers to the following important questions. First of all, what we teach. It means we are speaking about the curriculum, then how we teach, quality of instruction, and then where we teach, effectiveness of the school, which means the context, and then who we teach, which means characteristics of our learners, taking into account their different learning styles, their individual differences and learning strategies. Implications: teachers, administrators, policymakers should develop a unifying set of goals that links technology initiatives to curricular goals is more than necessity. Providing teachers with sufficient time, resources, and opportunities to implement the use of technology in ESP classroom. Supporting teachers through professional development opportunities and training session and provision for professional development. Fostering a positive climate allows teachers to engage in risk-taking and modifying their beliefs on how students learn in a technology-advanced environment. Finally, conclusion: ESP practitioners are in need of ESP teacher education on issues of teaching methodology, particularly the use of technology. More opportunities for ESP teacher education on issues pertaining to the use of technology are needed. More opportunities for ESP are needed, Teacher education opportunities need to be systematic and continuous, since development in technology are constant. Therefore, ESP practitioners need more than just occasional training workshops in order to keep themselves updated on the latest development in the field, of course, for the level of our learners to be developed and for the mastery of the digital devices and technological tools. And thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Badra. Okay, thank you for your interesting presentation and for reminding us that technology can be challenging, not only in the classroom.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so one more time, please remember, if you have any questions, do type them in our chat box. Okay, so do we have Mrs. Amel Zain with us now? Amel, can you hear me? Mrs. Amel Zain, please.
Yes, I guess
okay.
she's here. She's sharing her screen.
Okay, we can see the slides, but we can't hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello,
Yes.
everybody?
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so the
now?
space is yours, Amal. Yes, good luck.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Let me first thank the organizing staff for giving us this opportunity to attend this intellectual event. Well, my paper is entitled Pedagogical Qualifications in Teaching ESP, or in Teaching English for Specific Purposes. Of course. Okay, do you get the slides now? Are they clear enough?
Yeah, but they are not moving.
They are not moving. And now?
No, we are still on your title slide.
Okay. What about now?
Sorry, but still the same.
Still the first page, yeah. Slides, sorry.
Though I am moving here using my PC.
Okay, so maybe you should stop sharing and then reshare. Okay, that's what worked for me. Okay, maybe we should try
Okay,
that.
I will
Unless
try
it's
to do
too
it
risky,
again.
I'm not sure. Let's try it, okay.
Okay. What about now? Is it
We can
moving?
No, still the title slide.
Oh my God. Well, now the same problem?
Just click on F5 to share full screen.
The same problem with that?
Yeah, it's the same, still the same problem.
Oh my God.
Just click on that screen that we talked about yesterday in the training session.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, I followed the same procedures. Just to click on the sharing icon, then to share my slides, the same procedure like yesterday. Yes. What about now?
Yes, okay, they are changing now, yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
So the paper, this study is about the teachers or the ESP teachers qualifications once teaching, having this experience in teaching within specialized and specific contexts. As you know that a set of skills, competencies should be present once the teacher aims to or has this opportunity to teach in ESP contexts. It is not enough to stick on the what, that is to say the theoretical knowledge, but to have a kind of the how or the performance, the how knowledge or the performance knowledge. Of course, according to Hutchinson Waters, the perfect or the best description to ESP practitioners is that ESP teachers are all too often reluctant dwellers in a strange and uncharted land. Why? Simply because we consider this ESP as an approach and not a product. Everything is new. This kind of teaching is different from the one they are familiar with once they experience teaching EGP. The teaching methodology is somehow changeable. It is not static. The context as a whole is highly demanding. Just to start with a simple definition to ESP, we all agree with those pioneers, specialists in the field of ESP. That is, it is an approach to teaching English for any purpose that could be specified. That without specifying these purposes, we cannot teach ESP. Another definition may be, it is an approach to course design. And it is characterized to be a learner-centered approach. Just to go through the different stages of the ESP process, Dudley Evans, St. John's, Robinson, Strevens, a set of specialists in ESP agreed on the 5 stages in ESP, which are corresponding with the different roles or the 5 roles of the ESP practitioner. Just to start with the first one, which is needs analysis. You know that it is a tiresome, let's say, experience to start with needs analysis being the first step within the ESP teaching process. It is not enough to stick to the present situation analysis, but teachers should be skillful enough to analyze the target situation and to take into consideration the learner being the core of the learning teaching process.
Okay, so, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just to let you know that we are still on your overview slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second one.
Okay.
The second one, which includes what are the stages of the ESP process.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so as I said, the teacher here or the ESP practitioner should go through or should define the educational and the workplace requirements or needs of the students so that he can design the course, which is a next step, syllabus design or course design. In course design, he should care about the contents, the selected contents that should be related to the specialism. Here, just to refer to two types of contents, the career and the real contents, just to remind my colleague speakers today that the primacy of teaching ESP is not, after all, we are not teaching the subject matter. We are teaching English for specific purposes. We are teaching the language, and those contents selected from the subject matter are just to facilitate and to motivate the learners to achieve the real content, which is some aspects of the language itself. It could be how to write a report, how to write different genres related to the specialism, or how to give a presentation within an educational context. Of course, other stages, like we started with needs analysis, we have this course design, we have this teaching and learning, which is related to the methodologies the teacher should opt for. And as Newman states that there is no perfect methodology within ESP classes. We can never reach a perfect methodology, let's say a static methodology within an ESP context. We may go to the other stage, which is assessment, that ESP teachers should go through different types of tests, different methods of assessing learners' progress, and to see how adequately are students ready for the workplace requirements. Evaluation could be, not to say a last step, but each time we evaluate, each time starting from, or it is an ongoing process, starting from needs analysis, ending up with what students can reach by the end of the course. Of course, the ESP teacher may go through some WH questions, if we can say, the why, the where, the when, the what, the how, and the who. For example, in the how, he should care about the learning theories, that's to say, the most suitable methodology that fits to within a classroom or an ESP classroom. The what, or the language description or the syllabus, and the who, the why, the where, and the when, which are tightly related to needs analysis. It could be misleading, by the way, to stick a needs analysis to a present situation. That is to say, just to stick to analyze the current level of the students. Rather than that, we should rely on the analyzing the target situation needs, because after all, we are preparing and training students to be good users of the language once in the workplace or in the employment setting.
2 more minutes, please.
Yeah. Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just said 2 more minutes, please.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, you have 2 more minutes left, okay?
Yeah, okay. It is misleading to say, to take this ESP as learner-centered, because nowhere in English language teaching is that the teacher's impact on course design and effectiveness greater than in ESP. This ESP is more teacher dependent. You say I am limited with time. Okay, just to go with the question of this study is, what are the requirements teacher or the ESP teacher should be armed with once teaching in ESP context? The research questions what does ESP teaching require, and does teaching in ESP context at Msila University appeal to the requirements and qualifications teachers need to acquire. The aim is to investigate ESP teachers' knowledge, competencies, and challenges once teaching ESP in specialized contexts. We opt for a qualitative tool, which is an interview where 3 teachers teaching English at the Department of Economics were involved. The main findings, though the teachers have this experience ranged from 1 to 18 years, teachers described their experience as successful to some extent, while one teacher stated it was demotivating. All teachers stated that this did not, or they did not take any contest or job interview before being recruited. None of them took an ESP training. Teachers were not knowledgeable enough about the competencies necessary for ESP teaching. And all teachers opted for a diagnostic test in their first contact with students. They just stick to a present situation analysis. Most of the time, the selected contents were subject related, and teachers never undertook an analysis of the target situation, nor presented authentic materials to the classroom. Only one teacher consulted with a field expert while teaching ESP. Teachers assess students through tests, exams, and it is a kind of fail or pass exam. All teachers agreed that the current ESP course did not train students to cope with the workplace requirements. Just to stress the first and almost important recommendation for this in this study, that it is high time university recruitment policy employed skilled and qualified teachers who can respect the different roles of an ESP practitioner, and that a need for ESP training is compulsory for both in-service and the newly recruited teachers. I guess that's all for the presentation, for my presentation, and the floor is yours. Again, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your findings. And I have some information from the organizers that we are going to have one more presenter right now, and that's going to be Mr. Amina Abou. Okay, do we have you? Yes, okay. So, can you please confirm that you can hear me?
Mr. Amin, hello.
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Perfect, okay.
Okay, I'm going to share my slide. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, Mr. Amin, please then proceed with presenting yourself and the title, please. Thank you.
So I am Amin Abu Shahid Ghazal. I'm a PhD student at the University of Oran. And I'm going to present, let me just a moment to fix, I'm trying to share from the screen, perfect. Is it good? Can you see my screen?
Yes, okay, yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So my presentation is going to be about using debates to develop critical thinking skills in English-speaking classes in Algeria. So before I start, why critical thinking skills, and why speaking classes, and also why debates? So critical thinking is very recently has been used widely, and it is somehow complicated to many people. So I tried to find a very simple definition, and this is what I found. It's an ordinary thinking done well. That is reflectively, with a reasonable reflective thinking that is focused on deciding what to believe or do. Now, I'm not going to define critical thinking, but I'm going to focus on the idea of why is critical thinking important, especially in higher education. Because in higher education, it should be taught both course content, and the critical skills that will enable learners to consume, process, and analyze the information at increasingly sophisticated levels that stem from this content. Okay, so this means that at university, at all levels of education, we should focus more on critical thinking skills rather than on content-based approaches. Why speaking now? Why did I focus on the skill of speaking? For a couple of reasons. Number one is that assessment in Algeria in educational system is mainly based on written production. So all the assessment, or most of the assessment, is from writing. So all the written productions are the only source of assessment, whether it is in secondary school, middle school, or primary school, as well as at university. One more thing is public speaking fear. We find that many learners tend to find difficulties expressing themselves, finding the correct ways, the ways to express themselves publicly in the most appropriate ways possible. The last one, in classes, we find that there is a lack of communication, interaction between learners. Thus, all the acquisition or the learning happens through writing or through teacher-centered methods. Okay. Now, in speaking, if you want to combine between speaking and critical thinking, we need to find the most appropriate ways. And one of the most effective approaches is the PBL, or as we know as project-based learning. So if we put critical thinking in project-based learning, we can see that PBL helps students to learn how to be critical thinkers, to make thoughtful decisions, and exercise reasoned judgment. You can see that it takes learners to another level of learning. Projects also have to be planned around topics that lead to thoughtful consideration. So project-based learning is not enough. It also has to be so if we speak again about PBL, one of the most effective methods in PBL is debates. Now, why exactly debates? It's simply because it provides an opportunity for active learning that extends learners individually as well as team members. Now, this is team members sheds light on the group work. Group work is missing a lot in our classes. Number two, PBL or debates improve research competence. It means when we prepare debates, we ask learners to prepare to do the research about a particular topic or subject. Number three, debates also encourage listening skills, as you must listen to, process, and respond to information points made by other speakers. Here, we are encouraging other groups in debate, to listen to one another in order to give feedback. This is one of the most important key points. Number four, it also helps learners to be more critical in the way they respond to information they read or hear. Now, usually learners respond to teachers with particular questions that are not critical. There is no problem-solving situation in them. So with debates, there are always new things, new informations, new ideas, messages, thoughts to share and exchange. Other reasons are debates also require learners to synthesize and summarize information. He's going to hear a particular information, he must summarize and also answer. Six, he's going to debates compel learners to articulate thoughts in a clear, precise, and logical way. It also helps learners to construct an argument. And finally, debates help learners to develop skills that will contribute to success in other modules. What does it mean? Debates here are not just a learning, in English, learning ability or a learning tool. It's going to help them as well in other modules. Now, I like to, what the previous presenter said about how and what So I'm going to add the why. And as you noticed in my presentation, I focused a lot on using why speaking, why debates, and why critical thinking skills. Now, this golden circle usually stems from what, how, and why. This is what most people usually follow. I mean, they present the thing, the what, how do you present it, and why are you presenting it? But it's not going to be as successful, as powerful as when you start from the why. So
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry. You do with your learning.
Hello. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have
yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, you have 2 more minutes. Okay.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so the why is what makes learners interact with you, find a cause, find a reason to follow you in the critical thinking activities that you do, whether it's debate, whether it's PBL activities. All right. So debate tips and challenges. I tried this debate many times with my learners. So one of the main tips is to give topics and group learners before, at least 2 sessions before or 1 session before, and to avoid problems, because most learners have difficulties to speak in a critical way. So it would be better and more preferable to prepare in advance at home. So in order they are able to speak more comfortably and more confidently. Okay, one of the challenges that face teachers is that the ambiguity of the activity, which means that debate is not a very common thing for learners, EFL learners. So it's going to be a bit ambiguous for them. And here comes the role of the teacher to give them the instructions very, very well and very detailed. Number 2, disrespect of roles. For example, it's going to be role by role, 2 groups. The teacher need to set limits and clear instructions. Number 2, competitive learners. It happens in one of my classes that one of the learners is very competitive. He started shouting and stuff. So things should put into account before the beginning. And the last one is sometimes a poor choice of debate topics lead to the lack of enthusiasm between learners. Okay, to move to results quickly, after applying the debate or using debate as a PBL approach to stimulate and enhance critical thinking skills, I found out that there is a prominent elevation in students' speaking skill in addition to critical thinking skill, as they were actively immersed in the process of discussion and cooperating with other group members. This debate led them to be more enthusiastic, to have more fun while learning, and they even spent more time in the learning process. Okay, I hope it's clear. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for focusing on oral production and communication skills, which are vital in the ESP classroom as well. Okay, so since that was the last presentation in this session, we have a little bit of time for questions now. Okay, so my first question is for Dr. Mokhtaria. So Dr. Mokhtaria, can you please confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes,
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. So a question for you. Do you think that learners are not aware about their needs? I guess they have not been asked about what they need English for. So that's a question from our chatbot.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Now for the case that I have selected, okay, I have asked the students whether they know what will be beneficial for them. Yes, can you hear me?
I'm going to speak about this. Yes, yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's happening.
Yes. Now can you hear me?
Yes, let's continue. Yeah, let's continue with your answer, Dr. Mokhtaria, please.
Okay. Yes. So for the as I said, for the case that I have selected, okay, master computer science students, I have asked them whether they know what English would be beneficial for them in their discipline. Okay. Let's say that if they will be one day PhD students, okay, they said their responses was that they wanted to learn general English Why? Just to speak, right? To write, okay? And they didn't relate their needs to their specialty. Their specialty is mainly based on what? It is more practical than theoretical, as we know, computer science. Okay, so they need what? They need to listen. They need to write, for example, reports. But what I have noticed is that they require what they lack. It means there is difference between needs and lacks, as you know. So they just demonstrated their lacks, and they didn't focus on their needs. Whereas their teacher has had another point of view. Okay, she knows that computer science students should be, let's say, skillful in writing. Okay, and he does not need speaking. Okay, he needs writing. So that's why now when their teacher offered them a needs analysis to fill, they have asked for general English and not for specific. Okay, for specific elements. This is what I have noticed in that case study. Fortunately, that they have an ESP teacher. Okay, otherwise they would just have a study of texts during all their studying.
Okay, can I intervene, Dr. Agnieszka? Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay, Dr. Muhtari, I'm not talking more particularly about your case, but in general, what has been observed in Algerian universities is that teachers do not ask learners about their needs. According to Hutchinson Waters, they said, tell me what you need English for, and I'll tell you the English that you need. But I guess that the ESPs, so-called ESP practitioners in different departments, are not conducting needs assessments before the design of their course. Don't you think so? Though they know about that needs analysis is the starting point of any ESP course.
Yeah.
Can I add a word here?
Let me tell you something. Okay. No, we shall ask ourselves one question. Do students know that they learn ESP? Or they just know they are learning English?
I usually tell them that you are learning English for specific purposes.
Yeah, okay, you have done it. But many general teachers who are teaching in different, let's say, specialties, they do not tell their students about ESP, about needs analysis, okay? You know.
And consequently, they teach it exactly as general English for general purposes.
General. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So, no, for the case that I have selected, I was lucky to meet an ESP teacher, you see? But otherwise, if I met a general English teacher, he would not be, let's say, knowledgeable about needs analysis or about something that is related to ESP. You see? So we have first, I think that an ESP teacher, if an ESP teacher is teaching a certain group of learners, he should first explain that he is teaching them an English that is related to their discipline, okay, first. And second, when he conducts a needs analysis, he should first ask them, okay, what can be beneficial for you in your discipline? Here, I'm talking about master students, not first year students in licence, okay? You see? So this is what I think. I think that students should first know what they are going to learn. And I know that the teacher, any ESP teacher, he is the only person who knows what his or her learners needs, wants, and interests. It means that who decides about needs analysis? It is the teacher, but students should be involved in that needs analysis right from the beginning.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, those are very valid points. Yes, and we should make our students aware of the primary objective of their language instruction. Okay, I can see that Katalin has raised her hand. Katalin, do you have an issue to raise right now?
Yes, I actually wanted to reflect on these ideas that were shared. Some time ago, when I was teaching medical students, medical English. I had a very interesting experience. They were higher level learners, minimum B2, but many of them at C1 level. And they told me that I shouldn't bother teaching them medical English. I should teach them English. And their reasoning was that they learned whatever they needed for medical English in their other classes, because a lot of the vocabulary, for example, comes from Latin. And they would be able to actually read texts, medical texts, and they would be even able to speak if need be. But they said that they wanted to learn English very, very well, because that would help them with whatever they were going to do, professionally or outside the profession. So that was a very interesting experience, I think. And maybe we should reflect on that point, whether actually we need to think about raising the general language competence of our students, for them maybe even to get motivated to go further and deeper in the language of their field. So,
yeah, that's a very interesting observation. I think it happens a lot that medical students especially are familiar with all the jargon, medical terminology, as that's something that they do discuss in other classes. Yes, and the knowledge of Latin is definitely helpful. Yes, and they do often expect elements of general English, but I think going in that direction completely would be too risky, because even if they think they are good communicators, there are still some elements that they do need to be taught, like intercultural communication, okay, communicating with patients, bad manners. Those things are not components of general English. So I still think if we include some aspects of general English, which they do expect. Sometimes they expect, I don't know, to be taught general vocabulary, to listen to songs, to translate films and so on. But yes, I think we cannot just focus on general English. That's what I think. Yes, and I think Owafa wants to.
Can I add something, please? Yes,
Yeah.
Professor. Okay. Now, for the case that I have attended with the computer science students, I noticed that the teacher is smart. You know why? Because she has linked between general English and specific English. The course that I have attended with them was about compounds. So she took profit to teach general English, but within ESP. You see, for example, the examples that she has given: software engineer, search engine, silicon chip, web portal. So the vocabulary was purely computer science, but the course was grammar.
Yeah, so a combination, with some elements of both.
Dr. Agnieszka, would you allow me to ask a question and intervene, comment on Dr. Mukhtarir?
Yes, of course. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, grammar shouldn't be put outside of the remit in ESP teaching. Instead, it should be seen within a context, but through an authentic material related to the student's field of specialism. The ESP practitioner should check what is well exemplified in a particular career content and teach that real content, which is a particular language point related to the text. And even a grammar should be selective. For instance, if we teach students for biology science, computer science, or journalism, the grammar that should be taught or focused on is different. For computer science and biological students, we may focus on teaching the present tense, the passive voice. However, for students of journalism, we may focus on teaching the reported speech, for instance. So grammar also depends on the field of specialism that we are teaching. Well, my question to Mrs. Amel is that according to what I can see from the different presentations, that here mainly in Algeria, we are all facing the same problems concerning the ESP practitioner. We still know about all the theoretical background of ESP teaching, yet we do not put it into application. So what would you suggest? I mean, since a long time we are making some recommendations, but I guess they are not taken into consideration.
I'm not sure if our presenter is here.
Hello?
Yes, okay, perfect. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The question is how to include or how to bring these recommendations to the workplace setting or the workplace setting. In fact, it is a good question. Back to our recommendations, I think that it is only through improving the status of English, of teaching English at university context. As you know, Algeria is going through an experience of Englishizing the Algerian university context, but still a theory, not yet put in practice. Some experiences are here and there in 2 or 3 universities in all over Algeria. Still, the focus is on teaching general English and not this English for specific purposes. In fact, both teachers and students are not aware enough about that this type of teaching at university context is ESP. And once again, we should differentiate between English as a medium of instruction and ESP, English for specific purposes, just to emphasize the fact that we are not teaching subject matter, we are teaching the language as such. And to decide about the contents selected for the course design, we have to analyze the target situation, without which we can never decide about an appropriate content in course design. It is a matter of awareness.
Hello? Hello? I'm afraid we can no longer hear you. Sorry, Amal, but we cannot hear you clearly any longer. Okay.
I guess it's high time the Algerian government started recruiting ESP practitioners in different departments.
Let's say the policy, the recruiting policy, they never select teachers or experienced teachers who are aware.
Is weak, I guess, with Mrs. Zine.
It seems like yes.
Okay, so I'd say that it's high time the Algerian government took some measures to start recruiting ESP practitioners in order to solve such a problem.
Okay, do we have time for more questions just to make sure? Because we're a bit over time.
Yeah, okay. So I guess we can close and move on directly to the session, coming session.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Wafa, I think that you've written a question.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. There is a question for Dr. Badra, and then we conclude. Dr. Agnieszka, if you don't mind, of course.
Yes, of course. Okay, just a second. Let me find the question. So, Dr. Badra, don't you think that ESP practitioners need both training on how to teach ESP, then using technology?
So, Dr. Wafa, as far as your question is concerned, I think that both training on how to teach ESP, it means speaking about the methods and the strategies, and about using technology are complementary. So, because simply, I think that the ultimate objective of teaching ESP is to prepare our learners to the labor market demands. And one of the most important things which are necessary from our ESP learners is to become digitally literate, is to know how to use technology and ICTs and all kinds of digital tools. So I believe that all Syllabus designers, textbook writers, teachers, and learners need to join efforts in order to think of a specialized ESP training program, because it is deemed necessary, especially speaking about the case of our Algerian universities, because also teachers, ESP teachers are not expected to be only language experts, yet the role go beyond to having some skills and competencies, in including more skills as much as they can to effectively fulfill their role as an ESP practitioner. So I think that they are complementary. We can't train an ESP teacher in order to teach without helping him to know about some authentic materials in order to expose his learners to a real and authentic input using the digital tools, taking profit from this kind of attachment between our learners and their smartphones, digital tools, and electronic devices. And thank you so much again.
Thank you very much. Yes, particularly now, okay, at the time of, well,
thank you so much.
Training
and good
moving
luck
to virtual classrooms. Thank you very much. I think that
Thank you. You have answered.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Would you like to comment on what we've just said?
Just would like to thank her for her answer.
Thank you so much for all those who have presented this morning. Thank you so much. It was enriching. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for attending this session.
Thank you.
Okay,
so
I
much.
think we are now ready for the last session of today, and I would like to introduce our next moderator, Dr. Abir Gaskil. Dr. Abir, are you here with us?
Hello, everyone.
Wonderful.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thank you for moderating this outstanding session, Dr. Agnieszka. I hope that you are all doing great. My name is Rasil Abir Sundus. I'm a lecturer at Algeria University. And I will be moderating the last session of today, namely John Mumby's session. So with no further ado, I would like to call the following presenter, namely Mr. Fadel Huda, with the presentation entitled ESP Teacher's Perspective Towards Teaching ESP Through Flipped Classroom Approach. Ms. Huda, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Salam, everybody. I hope that you are doing well. First of all, I will thank you for your attention, and I want to thank the conference chair, Dr. Wafa, for her efforts, and for the efforts of and for the moderators for their efforts. Thank you so much. So happy to be with you in this international conference on ESP teaching today, current practices, challenges, and perspectives. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Oh, okay. I can't. Yes. So I am Mrs. Huda Fadel, PhD student from Mohammed Lamine Baghin University from CT2 University from Algeria. My topic is about ESP teachers' perspective towards teaching ESP through flipped classroom approach. The outline of my presentation is as follows. Now we have an introduction, some literature review, statement of the problem, purpose of the study, research questions, method and data collection, results and discussion, and conclusion. ESP has seen as part of English language teaching. It is tailored to meet the specific needs of the learners, where the content of activities and materials, as well as the language instruction, may focus on specific fields. Hence, ESP or English for Specific Purposes teachers are required to utilize specific methods and techniques in order to meet the specific needs of the learners. In this sense, new educational and instructional technologies have gained application in the presentation of language course content to students. Robinson 1991 states that ESP is goal-directed, that is, students study English not because they are interested in the language as such, but because they need English for work or study purposes. In the 21st century, technology is the main driving force that brings new challenges and opportunities as well as paradigm shifts to our society. To survive the immense changes in society, teachers and learners are required to be well equipped in terms of utilizing media and information technology to support their learning and teaching. Flipped learning is not new. It has been practiced and referred to in different ways for 200 years. Recent technological changes have made it more popular in the teaching learning process. In the flipped classroom, students view online videos, read materials on books, modules, websites, blog, and other sources at home. As policies, students have to understand the important concept of knowledge before coming to class. Engaging in active learning activities such as group discussing, doing certain exercises, debates, quiz, project, summarize, and so on and so forth. McNally et al. 2017 presents 4 key elements of what constitutes a flipped classroom. It is an opportunity for students to gain exposure to content prior to class as recorded lectures. It is an incentive for students to prepare for class, mechanism to assess students' understanding, and in-class activities that focus on higher level cognitive activities involving active learning, peer learning, and problem solving. Statement of the problem. Due to its importance, all universities in Algeria offer ESP courses in all disciplines. Along with the development and existence of technology, flipped classrooms gained popularity among ESP teachers and educators. As a matter of fact, many ESP teachers in Algeria opted for a flipped classroom approach to teaching ESP. This study aims at exploring ESP teachers' attitudes towards teaching ESP through flipped classroom approach. 2 research questions were raised. Number 1, what are ESP teachers' attitudes towards teaching ESP through a flipped classroom approach? Number 2, what are the benefits behind teaching ESP through a flipped classroom approach? This research is exploratory and quantitative in nature. Data were collected via 10 items, 5-point Likert scale questionnaire oriented to 100 ESP teachers in Algeria. The goal of this paper was to explore the attitudes of ESP teachers towards teaching ESP through a flipped classroom approach. The obtained results have revealed that ESP teachers have positive attitudes toward using the flipped classroom approach to teach ESP. ESP teachers indicate that the flipped classroom approach has many benefits and that it provided a good teaching experience. They confirm that they have more class time to focus on important ideas and involve students in problem-solving activities. Moreover, they assured that their role has changed to a guide and facilitator as their learners became more motivated and engaged, active learners. To conclude, the flipped classroom blends the use of technology-based asynchronous teaching methods and traditional teaching methods to give students more control of their own learning and promote greater interaction and cognitive engagement. Hence, teachers are invited to use the flipped classroom in their teaching. Thank you for your attention and listening. Questions and suggestions are welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Huda Fadl from City-2 University. It's such an interesting presentation about flipped learning and its benefits and about teaching ESP through a flipped classroom approach. Let me call the second presenter in this session, Mr. Najib Momin Samir Al-Rubshi Abdul Ghani Muhammad from Al-Asmariya Islamic University, Zlatan, Libya, with a presentation entitled The Effectiveness of Using Assessments in ESP. Mr. Najib, are you here? Hello? Mr. Najib?
Dr. Abir, we can move on to the next presenter. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I believe that Mr. Najib is currently absent. So Dr. Lubna bin Nasser from Tunis with a presentation entitled ESP Syllabus Evaluation. Dr. Lubna, are you with us? Dr. Lubna? I think she is also absent. Shall I move on to the next presenter? Okay.
Yeah, please do, yeah.
Okay. I think that we have Dr. Athina Boukhlouf and Dr. Walid Namouchi from Mustafa bin Boulaid University and from Msila University Center with a presentation entitled The Impact of Critical Thinking on Achievement in Culture and Civilization of Language among first-year students of English. Walid, are you with us?
Yes, hello.
Hello, my dear colleague, how
Can
are
you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Good. So I share my screen.
Yeah, we can see it.
You already can see. Okay, good.
Yes.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Walid.
At first, I would like to address my thankfulness to the organizers of this scientific event, and also to thank them for giving us the opportunity to share with you our stance about the impact of critical thinking on achievement in culture and civilization of language among first-year LMD students of English in Patna 2 University. As you can see on the slide, the main concern of our presentation is critical thinking. All of you know that today scientific research in applied linguistics is no more about language skills, language structures, and language teaching in the traditional way, but it revolves around critical thinking, communicative and intercultural competence, and other similar subjects. So I invite you to look at the slide which displays the outline of our presentation. Then we move directly to what is critical thinking. So the term is used by educators to describe forms of learning, thoughts and analysis that go beyond the memorization and the recall of information and facts. In common usage, critical thinking is an umbrella term that may be applied to many different forms of learning acquisition or to a wide variety of thought processes. In its most basic expression, critical thinking occurs when students are analyzing, evaluating, interpreting, or synthesizing information and applying creative thought to form an argument, solve a problem, or reach a conclusion. In addition to that, critical thinking is a central concept in educational reforms that call for schools to place a greater emphasis on skills that are used in all subject areas and that students can apply in all educational career or in their lives. So it's also a central concept in the reforms that question how teachers have traditionally taught and what students should be learned, notably the 21st century skills movement, which probably calls on schools to create academic programs and learning experiences that equip students with the most essential and in-demand knowledge, skills, and dispositions they will need to be successful in higher education programs and modern workplaces. So as higher education and job requirements become competitive, complex, and technical, proponents argue students will need skills such as critical thinking to successfully navigate the modern world, excel in challenging careers, and process increasingly complex information. However, still some English students have the tendency to manifest some deficiencies in generating logical and all-inclusive analysis and evaluation of a piece of knowledge, and they just absorb knowledge and memorize without any analysis. As for the statements of the problem, students or the pilot study findings aimed at analyzing learners' responses to culture and civilization. Students were enabled to reflect effectively and employ the gained knowledge throughout CCL cultures. They had the tendency to copy all details and information acquired, and they were incapable of evaluating and selecting the appropriate piece of information that might be the effective answer to the exam question. And this is because students don't have the opportunity to think, evaluate, and analyze the content, and which impacted their performance negatively. Many authors suggest that critical thinking is a reliable predictor of students' academic performance. In other words, students with higher levels of critical thinking skills have better abilities of information processing, organizing, deduction, exploring, and openness to mindedness. As a result, they will have better academic performance. According to Paul and Elder's critical thinking model, so the Paul and Elder framework has three components: the elements of thoughts, which are the reasoning, the intellectual standards that should be applied to the elements of reasoning, and the intellectual traits associated with the cultivated critical thinker that result from the consistent and disciplined application of the intellectual standards to the elements of thoughts. So according to Paul and Elder, students need to be able to identify the parts of their thinking, and they need to be able to assess the use of these parts of thinking. And this has led us to suggest the following hypothesis. So Paul and Elder's model for critical thinking is likely to help EFL students develop analysis, evaluation, synthesis skills, the fact that could assist them to achieve better in CCL exams. And to test this hypothesis, we suggested the following research questions. Will Paul Elder's model elements help experimental learners to develop their ability to analyze, synthesize, and evaluate? And will those students who receive training based on Paul and Elder's model perform better in CCL exams than those who don't? Concerning the methodology design, the test is carried out using the statistical method, which includes descriptive statistics, which also include central tendency and dispersion, along with inferential statistics, which include the independent sample t-test. As for the sample, it includes 60 students divided into two groups. 30 students formed the experimental group and 30 students formed the control group. As for the treatment, at the starting level, both groups were pre-tested. Then during the experimental level, the experimental group subjects received a treatment of 6 months through which they have been introduced to Paul and Elder's model and to extensive dialogues and conversations with the teacher, whereas the control group was taught the usual way with no reference to aspects of critical thinking. Concerning the final phase, both groups were post-tested and submitted to the CCL exam. Concerning the results, as you can see in table 1, the means are almost the same, which means that both groups had the same starting level. As for the results of the experimental group, we can notice that the means are higher than the average, which means that the majority of the students got the average. Whereas in table 3, we can see that the means of the control group are between 1 and 2, and this explains that they were not exposed to any of critical thinking aspects. We have already explained the tables. We can move to the post-test. So as you can see in this table, there's a comparison between the control and the experimental groups. We can clearly see that the mean of the post-test of the experimental group is largely higher than the mean of the control group. And this explains that experimental subjects have the propensity to react appropriately vis-a-vis the test questions. Additionally, they manifested a mastery of the knowledge acquired during CCS sessions and great flexibility in using that knowledge, whereas the control group students showed some inadequacies in handling the learned knowledge skillfully. Glancing on this table, we can notice that both experimental and control groups increased their scores. The participants in the control group ended with a mean of 10, whereas the mean of the participants of the experimental group jumped to 15. And from the independent sample t-test in this table, the results of the analysis show that the difference between the performance of both groups in CCL exam is statistically significant because the computed T of 6.07 is higher than the critical value, which is 2.77, which means that we reject the null hypothesis. As a conclusion, we may say that Paul Elder's model for critical thinking proved to be successful and efficient in helping students obtain higher scores in CCL. Second, critical thinking skills help students to respond to the exam questions adequately. It allows learners to develop critical thinking skills that would facilitate the path for them to become professional and critical academics. It also makes learners more responsible for their learning and knowledge formation. Hence, they become more aware of what to accept and what to refuse through the use of logic and reason. So this research holds that critical thinking skills have an exceptional influence and positive impact on academic achievement, particularly in CCL. This research also recommends the use of Paul Elder's model for critical thinking, as it's a flexible model that could be infused in different disciplines. Also, it's easily absorbed and comprehended by learners, especially EFL learners. Last but not least, the research suggests and calls for the immediate integration of critical thinking skills in the foreign language curriculum or classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Walid. Thank you so much for your outstanding presentation and interesting investigation.
Thank you.
And I would like to note that Dr. Athena Bokhlouf, our colleague, could not attend because she is so sick, and we really wish her a prompt recovery.
Exactly.
Thank you, Walid.
Yes. Thank you, Aber. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's move on to the last presenter in this session, Mr. Mohammed Al-Shamrah from Muhammad University, Agdal from Morocco, with a presentation entitled Investigating Moroccan Instructors' Knowledge and Practices of ESP at Moroccan Universities. Mr. Mohammed?
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Mohammed. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Abir. Thanks so much So I would like just to share my slides first. Yeah. Can you see it, please? Is it shared?
Not yet. We
Not
are
yet.
still stuck in Walid's presentation.
Dr. Abir, I guess
Yes?
Dr. Walid should close the screen so that he,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
so that Dr.
Walid, are you
can
with
share
us?
the screen.
Walid, if you are still with us, please close your presentation. Okay, great.
Yes.
Wonderful. We can see it.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Just please. So first of all, I would like first to express my special appreciation and thanks to the organizing committee for their prize and valuable effort. Special and profuse thanks goes to also to the scientific committee for their selection for my abstract to deliver this online presentation and share issues related to ESP and Moroccan higher education institutions. So as you can see, this is my, I don't know, please, sorry. So this is my outline. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yes, thank you. So this is my outline. I would start with the introduction, statement of the problem, the aim of the study, the research questions, methodology, data analysis, and discussion of themes, limitation of the study, general conclusion and implications. Then we go back to references. So I would like to say that many studies have investigated the link between what teachers think and how they act in teaching English for general purposes. However, in teaching English for specific purposes, this kind of study is a little bit very rare. In attempt to address this gap, the study embarked to explore teachers' knowledge of ESP at the universities in Morocco. It also aims at observing the link between ESP teachers' knowledge and practices and the potential impact of contextual factors on teachers' knowledge in actions. So many writers have commented that ESP cannot be easily defined because it is developing subject. English for specific purposes focuses on the purpose of the learner or student specialist areas of interest. ESP course needs to be designed to predominantly target the aims of learning the language, enabling learners to communicate effectively in integrated fields. So what I can understand from these, it's kind of literature view, is that with the rapid change in the circumstances and whys of life around the whole world, the aim behind learning a new language is similarly experiencing change, shifting from teaching the language for non-purpose to teaching focused content linked to certain groups of learners who may possibly use English for sociocultural or sociopolitical, career-related and academic reasons. So as you can see, the statement of the problem here, although ESP have been explored in some institutions in the Moroccan context, discovering these courses holistically from the teacher's perspectives, mainly examining how their viewpoint of various aspects of ESP impact their instructional practices is an issue that has not been thoroughly examined. That's why this study, therefore, is an attempt to tackle the exploration of how university teachers perceive ESP as a field of specific language teaching. So the aim, the aim of this study is this study seeks to shed light on the ESP courses and investigate the context and what factors determine their success. Mainly, it explores university teachers' views and their ESP experience to get an understanding of the factors contributing to the current and unsatisfactory scenarios, and it also to gain a sense of how the views of teachers influence their actions and attitudes in the ESP courses. So these are the aims of the study. So with the research questions, based on these aims, this study is concerned with answering the following research questions. What are the views of university teachers regarding their ESP experiences at the university? And what are the perceived factors that shape the ESP teaching and learning experiences at the university? So concerning the methodology to conduct the study, a group of 20 university professors were recruited from different Moroccan universities. Structured interviews were sent them into 20 university professors, of which 15 completed structured interviews were returned for the analysis, and a response rate of 20 or 75% of the completed structured interviews were analyzed. So the researcher adopted the descriptive design to conduct the present study using qualitative thematic analysis. I opted for the structured interviews because it was conducted since it seems more suitable for the purpose of the study, taking into account the coronavirus and so on and so forth. So these are the list of pre-made questions or structured questions, and it tackles them in 3 different sections. The first section is about knowledge of ESP. There are different questions that teachers were assigned them to answer. The first one is, how did teachers get familiar with ESP? How long have they been teaching ESP? Taking their experience into account, what type of knowledge teachers need to teach ESP, and how important is this knowledge in their teaching. Concerning the second section, it deals more with the knowledge of ESP content and pedagogy. How does ESP content knowledge affect teaching, and how do teachers decide what content students need? And have teachers been involved in any ESP activities such as needs analysis? And of course, from their experiences, what do teachers think of student need to become successful ESP learners? The third section, it tackles mainly challenges and encounters in teaching ESP. And the first question is, what challenges have teachers encountered in teaching ESP, and how do they cope with these changes? So this is the, I'm sorry because it's a little bit flu, you cannot see it. These are the answers of university professors, sample extract. I'm not going to go through all these extracts because we are run out of time. We can choose only some. For example, one of the teachers is saying, when I went to this school, the engineering school, we have different faculties like English for, I don't know exactly what he means by that. I mean, we have mechanical engineering, electronic engineering, and electrical engineering, and we had to so many ESPs, and they were so hard because they had to use dictionaries and look up to so many words. So these are the extract from different participants, but I'm not going to stop with this. So how I deal with data analysis, data from participant descriptions, of course, where data were described word by word and they were coded. Patterns and themes were identified throughout reading and rereading of the data, and final categories and themes were derived from the identification of similar themes from multiple participants. So here, of course, there are like common themes between different participants. The first theme is all the participants talked about issues in the ESP course, stating that all the 20 participants, which means that 100%, all agree that it's general outcome. This theme is general outcome, that there are issues when it comes to the ESP course. The second theme is that ESP course design, there is a problem with that. So concerning the theme, the first one, issues in the ESP course, all the teachers stated that design of ESP courses is a series of activities which requires a level of intensive preparation for the achievement of analogy between the expected aims and outcomes of the course. Due to their importance in preparing learners to reach as per language-related goals, ESP courses should be carefully examined to identify ways in which the teaching and learning experiences are influenced and can be enhanced. The second theme, ESP course design. ESP course design is a dynamic process that involves investigating into learners' needs in light of their changing context to guide them in the course's modification and evaluation. In this study, many participants, we can say all the participants, stated that ESP course design is a mess. It's a messy process, which involves going back and forward between different phases or stages to make it very effective. So concerning the third theme, which is very important, ESP curriculum design, okay? So concerning the ESP curriculum design is crucial and step in the organization of ESP language courses. General or specific, this means that the curriculum design is holistic and integrative step through which, the other courses step and component are connected. In this study, all the participants stated that ESP curriculum design is not a well-prepared syllabus, which involves taking actions and measures from both part of the university teachers and the Ministry of Education to make it very, very operational. Concerning the third and the fourth and the last theme, it's more within ESP teachers education and professional pedagogy, which is again 100% a general outcome from the participant views, which state that learning to teach is never, and I believe in this, learning to teach is never an easy or straightforward mission. And so it's the ability to continue the learning journey for knowledge to keep bound with the continuity of changing world situations. Many participants find it's hard to answer questions closely pertinent to their education, such as their knowledge, mainly what teachers need to know and how teachers should teach and what pedagogy to adapt or adopt with respect to teachers' knowledge. Of course, there is like debate regarding the nature of teaching abilities, whether its teaching abilities are naturally possessed or learned. So concerning the result of this study, this study revealed some gaps between theory and practice in teaching ESP. We can learn a lot about ESP, but when it comes to practice, of course, there are different gaps. Due to the mutual relationship between knowledge and practice, understanding teachers' knowledge becomes partial if it's not approached in relation to practice, because theory is something and practice something totally different. This study explores also ESP teachers' knowledge and beliefs about ESP practices. ESP teachers' practical and pedagogical choices seems to be influenced by their peer knowledge, perceptions, and ESP practices activities, and their roles as ESP practitioners, and most prominently by some contextual factors. So it focused on how this knowledge was constructed and developed and how it was shared and shaped and influenced in practice by many challenges. So concerning the limitations of the study, so I think this study, as its number 20 data suggests, is small-scale study looking at small sample of participants from the part of the teachers. Thus, further research should be done to extend this study in order to include more participants from different universities to consider the issue of ESP professors, their knowledge, practices, and challenges. Concerning the conclusion, recommendation, and suggestions, of course, knowledge of ESP, its fundament and entails instructional approaches is very crucial and should not be taken for granted due to teachers' higher academic qualifications. Having a PhD, like, for example, has nothing to do with guaranteeing how to teach the ESP in higher education. A scientifically based needs analysis, and this is what many colleagues, many panelists talked about. Scientifically needs analysis is crucial again in the context of universities to demystify needs-related issues to relevant teachers and learners. Teachers' interactions is crucial to a successful establishment of ESP teachers and formation for a rich instructional source to inform their ESP instruction. Concerning the general conclusion, the findings of this study unveil the complex cognitive and environmental forces. There are forces, be it cognitive or environmental, related to the surroundings as factors which have a significant influence on the teacher's ESP experiences in the investigated context. Also, findings of this study suggest that cognitive factors such as the teacher's conceptualization of ESP, how teachers in higher education see this notion of ESP, and ESP instruction, how do they teach that, as well as their conceptualization of the learners, how do they see the learners if they are willing to learn things or not. Future needs were significant factors which shape their experiences of the ESP courses. And thank you very much. I'm sorry if we are run out of time, so I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you very much again, and thanks a lot for all the organizing committee. Again, thank you, all the Algerian. We love you so much. That's it.
We love you too. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Mohammed
Thank you, Dr. Abir. Thank you, Dr. Abir.
from Morocco. It's an honor in such an outstanding and interesting presentation.
Thank you very
So
much.
I believe that you are the last presenter in this session. And if so, I would like to quickly recapitulate what's have been said in this session, starting by Mrs. Huda Fadl from City 2 University, who highlighted the issue of flipped learning and its benefits, also teaching ESP through a flipped classroom approach. And then we had Dr. Walid Namoshi, who shed light on critical thinking skills in higher education and in different domains of life in general. Also, who tackled the Paul Elder model for critical thinking skills, and that critical thinking skills should be implemented in the Algerian higher education curriculum. And lastly, Dr. Mohammed Al-Shamrah from Morocco, who shared ESP practices in the Moroccan universities, along with how do Moroccan teachers perceive the course of ESP in general. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions, you can drop them in the chat box, or you can simply unlock the microphone and shoot for the question. The floor is yours.
Dr. Abir, can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, I'd like to thank all the presenters for their interesting presentations and informative presentations. Well, my main question is directed to Mr. Ashamarallah Mohammed. Okay, so I'd like to thank you and congratulate you for this presentation. Yet I guess that we are all sharing or facing the same problems, whether in Algeria or Morocco, concerning ESP teaching, though ESP has appeared in 1960s, yet we still don't teach it the way it should be. Now, we all know about needs assessment and course design and their importance in the implementation of the ESP curriculum or syllabus. Yet, when we design our courses, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you really follow all the steps to conduct, to design such a course?
Yeah, is that your question?
Based on your experience,
yes.
We all know about theory. In theory, we are perfect, but when it comes to practice, we really, we find it really hard to pursue or to follow all the tasks of the ESP practitioner. So, based on your experience, do you follow all those procedures when you teach the ESP course or when you design your ESP courses?
Okay, that's it. Hello.
That's all. That's all.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's this is really a very pertinent and very insightful questions that we normally should take into consideration. Are we following like different steps in delivering like our lectures inside of the classroom, or to what extent we say that these lectures, they really serve the learner's needs? Up to now, there are like different, if we can say, different problems when it comes to following certain suggestions or certain based on. I think it's not fixed. It's not fixed yet. I don't think we are going to follow certain aims or certain suggestions. To teach a student, because it needs more effort. This is the first, and based on what exactly? Based on what? Even if we just bring theories from the West, okay? It's like what Edward Said was talking about. What bringing like different theories from the West, and we try just to apply them here in the Moroccan context or in the Algerian context, which is not the same. So the context is totally different. So I don't think we are going just to follow all the steps as you have already mentioned. To come to a certain outcome by the end of the session. I don't think so. I don't think so. And of course, another issue is that your classroom should be categorized. Of course, there are very excellent students, and there are the others who are not. So how are you going to teach them? Following certain norms or following certain following certain strategies? what we are talking about as teachers here, we are not talking about what steps to follow or what not to follow. We are talking about issues in the ESP courses. Of course, the issue of ESP courses as series of activities which requires a level of intensive preparation, something we don't do. Why do we have to prepare that? For the achievement of analogy between the expected aims and the outcomes of the course. Due to this importance, in preparing learners to reach as per language-related goals, I don't see it. ESP course should be carefully examined to identify ways in which the teaching and the learning experiences are influenced and can be enhanced. It's something we don't really do. Though you are going to follow the steps, as you have already mentioned, it needs like taxonomies. We don't have this. Even some people, some of my colleagues today talked about needs analysis based on what? Are you going to follow some like taxonomies based or done or found somewhere in a context which is not used? Or you want to apply it in a context like in Morocco, in Algeria? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Again, teachers at the university, they were not, for example, they did not keep in touch when it comes to the course design. Okay, so the course design, as you can see, it's a dynamic process that involves investigating into the learner's needs. We don't have this. Okay, so I think the ESP course design is a mess process here in Morocco, and I think many of my colleagues talked about it before in this context of Algeria as well. And something else which is very important is this notion of at the university, once you graduated, you belong to the literature or you belong to the applied linguistics. We don't have teachers like, for example, who normally are specialized in ESP, right? We need branches and we need like different options. And you go and you study more about ESP. Once you graduated, you are specialized in ESP. We don't have this. So this learning to teach is never easy, right? Mission, okay? And so the ability to continue the learning journey for knowledge of having ESP, to keep bound with the continually changing world situations, I don't see it again, because we can talk about certain teachers' knowledge. I don't doubt teachers' knowledge, but their knowledge, mainly what teachers need to know first. It's not what learners need to know. What teachers need to know first. How are you going to teach it? And what kind of pedagogies we are going to adapt? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, we go back. Why did we bring these pedagogies? We bring them from the West. Does it serve? These pedagogies? Are they fit for the fertilized earth like in Morocco or in Algeria? I don't see it. You see what I mean here? Hopefully I answered your question. I'm not sure.
Thank you so much. You answered my questions in detail, and we need you for tomorrow also to join us, to share even to ask some questions or to share your knowledge in the ESP for Moroccans context. Well, I guess that we can conclude that we don't have, in fact, a real ESP practitioner. We are still stick to theory, looking forward for improving the ESP teaching in different departments, whether in Algeria or Morocco. This is to conclude. We have arrived to the to the end of today's sessions. And tomorrow, inshallah, we will proceed with my presentation about the ESP practitioner in the Algerian context, in addition to so many interesting talks with different keynote speakers. And I hope that you will join us all tomorrow. Well, let me thank today all the speakers and presenters for their informative presentations, for sharing their experiences and their journeys in ESP teaching. Your talks were very interesting, informative, as we have learned much. A special thank also goes to all the moderators of today's sessions, that of Robinson, Hutchinson and Waters. All the moderators are thanked. And I'd like to invite you all tomorrow using the same Zoom link, okay, at 9 in Algerian time and 8 o'clock using GTM. Thank you so much. And I call Mr. Aish to end up the session. Thank you so much. See you all tomorrow, inshallah. I hope that you have benefited from today's sessions. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Abir. Thank you. Goodbye. See you tomorrow, inshallah. Thank you to you all. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Catalin, Dr. Agnieszka. Thank you all. Thank you, Melina. Thank you all our dear keynote speakers. Looking forward to collaborate in other upcoming events, inshallah. Thank you.